Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Newbort.
Aleichem Shalom. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Baruch Hashem. Got a lot of stuff going on here, and I'm going to try to make it as smooth and organic as possible. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Baruch Hashem. I'm hearing an echo there.
The reason why is I'm live on YouTube also, so now you don't hear me. You hear me? You hear the echo now?
No,
I just fixed it. So we're live on YouTube. I gave Charity the YouTube link. You can only do it b'shas Maisa. So they're going to put it up now.
Beautiful. So are we on live? Would everybody be able to see us now talking?
That's not it's not a thing I use.
First of all, you broke out there. Would anybody be able to see us now if they went on YouTube?
No. Oh, yeah. Someone can go on YouTube right now on my name, Andrew Markowitz, and see us.
Okay.
Yeah, but nothing. No one checks out that YouTube page. That's just there for name only.
You have any good mices prepared, ready to go?
I don't have any good, really great misas about mikvah. I think Sarah might have some Sarah has some meaningful stories. I would say like that. Good rabbinic. If we get into like rabbinic stuff, I think I have some good stories.
Beautiful. Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna. If people are in the room right now, please know, I'm not gonna. We're not really starting till 8:30. I let you in. I didn't realize. But all the way from Lakewood, Baruch Hashem, amazing. Look at our reach. Wow, look at our reach, amazing. So but we're not going to get started till about 8:30.
Okay, beautiful.
It's Nittel Nacht, Asar B'Teves. It's like everything together. A tie and a jacket. This is do we make a Shechianu? You're muted. Wait, I gotta.
Yeah, usually that means either it's a simcha or somebody in Mishtagadah passed away. So today, unfortunately, we have both. So I had a funeral this morning, but I didn't have a tie on this morning.
Gotcha. Who passed? Someone in the community?
So Igor Lauren, who's been living in the community for a very long time, he comes to our shul. He was sitting shiva for his brother, and unfortunately, his mother died during the shiva.
Aye.
So he's now starting again.
Yeah. One of those rare cases of you extend the kriya. Yeah. Aye.
Well, first it was a brother and then a parent. It's on two different sides.
Oh, Taka, it's two different sides. You're right. So the chat's enabled that people can chat to me.
Okay, great.
And I'll forward it to you. Let me see. Good. I as the host could just send the text to you directly through Zoom. So I have that ability. So I could write to you.
Could you test it so I see where I'm looking for that? Here's the question. Okay, great.
See it? So I don't need to use WhatsApp.
Great. Is there anyone else in here now, or is it just us?
No, now it's just the two of us. There's somebody actually in the waiting room.
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
So the one thing that I don't have 100% clear, maybe I just want to talk this out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is these services, these auctions.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the best way to do that? Should we give it to the highest bidder and they text you and they chat to you? What's the best way to do this? Should they just donate and the person who donates the highest in the next 5 minutes hops it, but maybe they want something to get? What do you think?
So I don't know. I think we could do both of these. I feel like for some of the food items, we could probably do the highest bid within the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then maybe for some of like these higher end things, going to the OHEL with you, jogging, coffee with things like that. We could do, we can have an auction the next 10 minutes. There's going to be an auction the next 10 minutes. Highest bid or.
So how are they bidding it?
Maybe they could text me. I could let people know.
They could text you through the chat.
They could message. Well, go back to the message and we could play it out. I think they can message the host. Yeah. I set it up where people could only direct message me. Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. We got people in the waiting room. I'm going to get 10. So I would give you the access. I'm just afraid that to be the
access to what? No, don't give me access. You'll post another thing. Access for me is not a good thing.
Okay, good. No, because I'm afraid that if I did, we would lose the live stream and everything else. So
yeah, no.
I think we're good to go. Let me check the charity guys, what they're saying. Okay. Also, like I think Rabbi Yudin and Chevy especially has a lot of different stories. So if you get her going, she's really great. Rabbi Yudin might have some conversion stories. What we use the mikvah not only for we're talking about Taras Mishpacha all day long, but Gerus is a big thing, and I'm sure he has something.
Beautiful. All right. The one question that I should have is who should go first, and then we can go on the. I'm gonna start, give some opening remarks, just explain also what it is, why we're still raising money, what the goal is here now. I want to talk about people, open up the idea that people should gift a property. If somebody has a property that they want to gift for naming rights on the new standalone mikvah, that's a good way to do that. And we should all start keeping our eyes open now. We have now money to look around for a property.
We can make a deposit. Yes.
We can make a deposit.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Hello? Hello? Okay, you hear me now? Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good. No, I'm with the charity guy. It's live on the website. Is it possible for you to down it to until 8:30? Rabbi Newbert, talk a little bit. You're on mute. You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Shalom Aleichem and welcome to this wonderful program where we are zocha to have the Firlon Rabbonim and Rebbitzins all together in unison
Okay.
on a Zoom conference call. We're good?
We're good. We're good. Yeah. Okay, great. Great. We're good to go. We are live on the charity website. From their end, it makes sense just to keep it. Otherwise, they're just nervous, but it's fine. I just looked at it now. It's good. It's good. So we're gonna be. Oh, it's just us two. We got to get everybody else on. Okay. And I'm going to make it that it's only us in the box. It's the, what is it, 6 of us?
6. At some point, Rabbi Bergstein will be on also.
Okay, great. So I'll box him. So it looks like we're the highlight and everybody else is in the background. It's more like that.
Beautiful.
Okay. And you'll let people know if they have questions or comments that they want us to share. Just send it to the host, send it to me, and we'll take care of that.
Now, is this? Oh, how do I embed this on Facebook?
I'm gonna Facebook Live it before we go, and you could share from my page.
I could share it from your page. Let me send a voice note to Amalia and ask her to do that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that yet until we go.
I know. I was just gonna call her now.
Yeah. Okay, Shira's here. Hi, Shira.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? How you doing?
Good, thank God. Do you want me to rename me as like the Donath or Rabbi and Shira Donath?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Hello?
I'll be uniform.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it also. Hey, how you doing? Oh, shkoyach. Rabbi Newbort's number? Rabbi Newbort, what's your number?
My phone number?
This good? What do you think? What's the number? What's your number, Rabbi Newbort?
My phone number?
Yeah.
201
201
889
889
3334.
3334. Okay.
What is that for?
The charity guy's calling you. I think Menachem or Mendy.
Hello?
Okay, so Shira,
Hello?
you guys are good to go.
Yes.
This was good for a sound check.
How are you?
You want to scream? I don't know.
Meaning this
You're
is all
good.
that's necessary.
Yeah. Hello?
Hi. Yeah, I'm sorry. Good.
What's your name? Oh,
Are you good now? Because you're on it.
okay. Now you're in. Sorry.
I don't know.
Very, protective.
You're on it.
It says Sarah Phone.
Okay, Chevy. Hello, Chevy.
I hope this is gonna last this time, but we'll see what happens.
Hi, Chevy.
Hi.
Okay, Chevy, I changed your name to Chevy and Rabbi Yudin, Rabbi Shir Donath.
How do I change my name?
I think I could do it for you also. 1 second. I'm gonna make you a co-host, Nechama.
Wait, I need my phone.
I could rename, okay? NEH, right?
NEHAMA Zofan. It's like
Wait.
my alter ego from work.
Laura.
I have,
my
no, what's
phone.
funny is I have you in my phone
You
still.
spelled-
as-
I know you spelled it, change the last name, there's typo.
I have your name still as Nechama Cohn from when you worked in the AF.
Yep.
Sarah, come here a minute.
Rachel?
That's why I have Tzvi here to change his background.
I thought that
Hey,
was.
don't teach your parents how to do it. Let them keep it this way. It looks great. It looks great.
I want you to call.
Oh, seriously, seriously. I know, I can figure it out.
Okay, are we taking attendance?
Seriously.
No, I want you to call her and tell her to call Rebecca. Say that I might be a little late. She should start without me.
No, no background. Please stop.
Wish me luck. I need a smile.
Yeah, I was joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting in trouble.
I love it. I think it's.
The next one was a fire station.
Okay, who are we waiting for? The Shestaks, right? The Shestaks.
I'll show you what Eddie wrote. You want to see it?
Yeah, 30 seconds. She's in the bathroom.
Okay, Rebecca, you guys are good?
I think so.
Okay, good.
Larry just texted me. Let's go, Ima and Abba. Every vote counts. Make sure you vote.
After my introduction, does anyone want to go first as far as sharing some words of inspiration or a story?
No, I think we should let them start and then we'll be inspirational. Like, just say.
Nechama.
I don't know.
Right, 1 second, Nechama. Can you, you're co-host now. Can you chat me on this since you're co-host? Can you see if that works?
It's still open to everyone. You have to shut it off.
No, it's not. I said it. Participating in chat with host only. What does it say on your thing?
It says
Rebecca,
everyone in meeting.
It's
No,
sad.
And
I
Nechama,
mean,
you're a co-host.
to me, it
So?
says I could send it privately. It seems like I can only send it privately to you.
Good.
And Rabbi Newport is a co-host and Nechama is a co-host.
Okay,
so
good.
Rebecca, can you send a message? Can you just put test?
Who? It seems
to
like I
me.
can only send it privately. I just sent it to Rabbi Markowitz.
Good.
Wrote hi. You
So
got
Rabbi
it.
Markowitz, I
got it.
can't see it.
Good. So,
No, I'm saying I can't help you with it because I can't see it.
no, that's fine. That's fine. But I can copy
Okay.
and paste in here straight to Rabbi Newport. We worked on that already before everybody was here.
Well,
We
don't
are live on the
expect us to do anything. Someone just tell us what to do.
Be yourself.
Don't worry, Chevy. Don't worry about the
It's our
chat.
generation. We went collecting for 10 months from house to house and you did it in 1 hour.
Rebbitzin Yudin, I think we're going to put you on first.
No, you're not.
No?
I'll only answer a question.
Okay, first of all, good evening, Shalom Aleichem.
From Shalom, everyone.
I'll address this to Nechama because I suspect that, okay, maybe you have a better idea. But the bottom line is there are some, in my mind, interesting technical details that occurred at the very beginning of the opening of the mikvah. I had the schus, which I'll talk about a little bit, to work with the late Dayan Posen from Breuer's, and he had a few chumras which Arthur Goldberg, who understands plans and the implementation of plans. And he would be able to articulate very clearly some of these chumras which Rav Posen implemented.
Is that something that you think the people want to hear tonight?
Why not? It's something, it's very interesting. It's not something that you usually, it's not, we can time him, but it can do within 5 minutes, I'm sure. So it's up to you. That's why I'm asking it if that fits into the quote milieu, Misgarrett. I don't know what's really, the program, but if you'd like, can Arthur, join in?
He could, if someone asks a question, could he answer it from this, if he's on? Yeah, Rabbi Markowitz says yes.
Rabbi Markowitz, you're on. You're live on the link, on the charity link.
What?
Eddie wrote that.
Click on it, see if it goes.
If you don't, do you think that's something people would want to hear?
I don't see why not.
Wait,
Things that
but
are
now, wait,
inspirational.
guys, our conversation now is that we're having privately is not private. It's on the link.
Wow.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
so
We'll play it by ear like everything else.
good.
This is a real behind the scenes.
People would say, I would love to be a fly on the wall to see how this all gets together. Here they have the opportunity to see that.
Good.
Rabbi Yudin, when you speak, the camera is showing in between you and Chevy. So when one of you speaks, try to move towards the middle.
Okay.
Excellent.
I mean, Newbert, are there any opportunities maybe throughout this where we can make a l'chaim? Maybe after we hit a certain mark, we make Rabbi
Rabbi Newbert,
you
that
pick
is a
out
serious
something also
l'chaim
if you want.
It's not Scotch. Forgot.
Rabbi Newbert's is probably not Scotch. I don't know what Rabbi Newbert has there. It's vodka, no? Okay, it's Scotch. Good.
It's mine.
If I start slurring my speech and getting drunk, just throw me off.
I'm gonna go get.
It's Nittelnach, so I think that's the minhag, no?
All right. It's a Sarah B'Teves.
And it's Arbateves. Yeah.
I'll tell you, if you drink a lot before a fast, the fast goes a lot more smoothly.
Shalom Aleichem. Am I underdressed?
Rabbi Newbert, when we, at 8:30, I'm gonna admit everybody in. Just give everybody a few
Rebbe
minutes.
Newbort just said she's in the waiting room.
So Rabbi Markowitz, I'm gonna look at it and see who I can let in.
Yes, it goes.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. I'm gonna have to go live on Facebook at 8:30, just so you'll give everybody like a minute or two to go.
Yeah, let me know
Right,
so that I can share it on Anshi's Facebook.
Yeah, perfect. Is Rebbetzin Newbort under iPhone?
Where is that thing from?
Under,
I don't see her.
I don't see her either.
if you see a Mendel there, it's a good chance it's her.
L Shul 88.
Mendel, I see it.
Mendel, so
I'm gonna admit. Let's see what happens.
Mendel could also be one of the charity guys. You never know.
Let's see. Mendel doesn't have a camera on.
I'm coming. Hold on. Okay, go away. You can go.
Is that you, Leah?
Yes. Hold on. I'm doing it. Fun. I'm trying. Mendel, the video won't work. Gosh.
This is why we're here early, folks. Yes.
Mendel, I need your help with Zoom.
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, here, there we go.
The bonus.
Not working.
What are we up to now?
520.
We're almost at 5:20.
Bonus Shabbat bonus.
Okay, Rabbi Newbort, if we get to 770, you drink the rest of the bottle.
you got it.
Okay.
I mean, Newbert, I wasn't joking about the oil.
I'm waiting still to give my donation.
Rabbi Belazan, at 600, are you doing a somersault?
Let's first focus on what a one-on-one means. Sound one-on-one is basketball.
Who just put in?
Rabbi Belazan, I play a one-on-one basketball, but you wouldn't want to make it bushes for anyone.
Rabbi, you bid, I'm all yours.
Rabbi Marcos, you can tell who's on, right?
Nobody's on yet except for us.
I understand, but when they get on, you can tell, right?
Yeah.
So if Arthur Goldberg is on, could you let us know somehow?
Yeah, of course.
Leah,
It doesn't want to work.
there's a button on top.
Okay.
I'm touching all the buttons.
I'm saying there's a physical button that you need to turn on the top of the screen.
No, it's not. That's not what's going. It says failed to start the video camera. Please select another video camera in setting. I don't know.
You have to go to video settings on your computer.
Yeah.
Get one of the Kinderlach.
It's
I
probably
have
in
Mendel
privacy.
here. Mendel can't do it. It's not working.
So log out, log back in.
All right, we'll try. Hold on. We'll try. Settings right here. Settings.
Okay, it's 8:30 is going to start in a few moments. We're gonna let people in. We're gonna go live on Facebook, and it's gonna take us about a minute for me to adjust the chevra here to be the ones that are on the spotlight. So Rabbi Newbar, you'll let everybody know, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, it's 8:30.
Say that again.
Marcos, I'm turning
What am I
off
letting-
my video.
What am I letting everybody know?
That this is the thing.
Apparently,
We're
we're
letting
live.
everybody in.
We're already live from before.
The rabbis are here. Does anybody have any questions before they get tired?
Other computer? Try the other computer.
Yeah,
Try the computer?
Oh wait, huh? Interesting. It's not letting me live stream onto Facebook once we're on YouTube. So direct everybody to charity. Okay.
You should
Marcos,
direct
are we
everyone to
let-
charity.
Yeah, charity website. That's where you got to go.
When they get tired.
That's what we're saying.
So people can't log on in here. They have to go to the charity website. Is that
No,
what
no,
you
they can
said?
go here or to charity to watch this.
Here or to charity. But if they want to submit a question, it'll have to be here.
It has to be here. Yeah.
Excuse
Okay.
To me as the host. Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Beautiful.
Okay, we're letting people in. Are we ready?
Are we letting people in?
Yeah. We'll open the gates. Yes.
All right, let's go.
Okay, want you not to know. Okay, so touch. What's the taste? See if there
I have
anything.
to mute all, I think.
They're delicious. I'm no.
Hello?
Okay, we're gonna.
One second.
Yes.
Well.
Okay, is everyone in?
Rabbi Newbert, you're good to go.
Okay, welcome everybody to an unprecedented evening in Fair Lawn history. We have all the Rabbanim and the Rebbitzins joining together in one Zoom, in one place, in Achdus, for an incredible, incredible cause, the cause of our mikvah and future mikvahs here in the community. I want to ask everybody in the beginning to please share this amongst your friends. We're trying to continue this campaign as much as possible. And if you could take a moment to share this page on Facebook, on YouTube, share the link to this Zoom so we can get as many people as possible involved in this noble cause. I want to start off with a l'chaim. Everyone, l'chaim, to all those who have contributed so far. We're going to get into more specifics a little bit later, but we'll start off with a general l'chaim for everyone, for all those who have worked so hard to make this day a reality.
Let's see you with the l'chaim. Yeah. Could you move on?
L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, shakol niyeh bidvaro.
Amen.
Amen. I want to start with a little episode, a little story that took place almost 100 years ago when the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe came to the United States. He went on a multi-city tour to raise funds for Lubavitch in Russia. And he went to various places. He was in New Jersey and Lakewood. He was in Wisconsin, Chicago, and his final stop was in St. Louis. And this was the final place where he was looking to raise funds for Lubavitch in Russia for their activities, for their underground activities in Russia. Now, every place he came, he would travel by train. Usually there were large crowds of people who would greet him, and then he would start seeing people and raising funds. When he got to St. Louis, I believe it was in 1929, a huge crowd came to the train station to welcome him. And as they were welcoming him, there was a woman in the back who shouted out, "Rebbe, you're raising funds. We need money for the mikveh here." Now, I'm not clear if they didn't have a mikveh yet or if the mikveh needed money because it was in disrepair or needed whatever it was. And she shouted it from the back. And the Frierdiker Rebbe heard that the city where he's trying to raise funds for an extremely important cause, the underground work of Lubavitch in Russia, where it was literally pekuach nefesh, he stopped the whole campaign right there. And he changed the campaign. Instead of raising money for Lubavitch, he pulled out coins and he started an auction for the coins. And people were bidding on coins from the Frierdiker Rebbe, from the Frierdiker Lubavitcher Rebbe. And he continued this until there was sufficient funds for the mikveh. And then only when there was sufficient funds for the mikveh, then he started raising money for the reason he came, which was raising money for Lubavitch in Russia. I say this because right now we're December 24th. And in all institutions, the end of the year giving represents a big portion of their contributions that they're collecting for the year. Now, in a normal year, in ordinary circumstances, all the various shuls and organizations here in town would be busy collecting for their respective organizations, for their respective shuls, because that's when we need to raise funds. But what has happened here is really, truly remarkable. All of the shuls have put themselves aside, recognizing that we have all had a tough year, but knowing the importance of our most important institution in this community, without a doubt, which is the mikvah. We've all put that aside, and we're telling everybody that the first thing we need to do is raise the funds, the critical funds for the mikvah. And so the first portion of this campaign was dedicated to refurbishing our existing mikvah, which we're hoping to get started breaking ground very soon, as soon as we possibly can. And once we got to that goal, we are working on to the next goal, which is to build a mikvah from ground up, a standalone mikvah towards the Saddle River Road side of town. And that is what we are continuing to raise money for tonight. We have, Baruch Hashem, made good headway past the $360,000 mark. But the more money that we raise tonight, the better position we will be in to look for a property to get this standalone mikvah started, or to put a down payment, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to start with a few points that I want everybody to know. Number one, if you've already given, we appreciate that you have given. Please dig a little deeper and try to give again. Ask your friends, your neighbors, your family members to join in this effort. Every drop counts. That's number one. Number two, if you know of a property towards the Saddle River Road side of town that would be appropriate for a Firlon community mikvah, please let us know. We're asking everybody to be our eyes. We want to raise enough money for a solid down payment on this property. So everybody should, when you see a for sale sign, or if you think that your neighbor's property would be good, or ask them if they're planning on selling. That's the next point. If there's anyone here who wants to name this new mikvah or has a house that they inherited or they, for whatever reason, are able to gift as a ongoing legacy to whoever it is that they wish, they can gift a property for the mikvah. Let's look around for who might want to gift a property for the mikvah. So we're saying this l'chaim tonight. We're hoping that we can make headway in the fundraising effort. We're hoping we can make headway in the search committee of who might have such a property or who knows of such a property. And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to hear a lot of inspiration tonight from the various Rabbanim. If you have a question that you want to ask the panel, or if you want to ask a specific Rav or Rebbitzin, so you can use the chat button here on the Zoom, and Rabbi Markowitz will post your question at the appropriate time. Finally, there's one more last thought that I wish to say in my opening remarks, and that is, with the help of Hashem, we have been able to have wonderful matchers who have made this campaign the reality that it is and the success that it is. It started off with 3 matchers, and then it went to more matchers, and then we had second round bonus matchers and third round bonus matchers. If there's anyone who wishes to now step up in the 11th hour and match funds, it could be 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, whatever amount that you're comfortable. Please send me an email, or you can use the chat button here and state your name, who you are, and how much you want to match, and we will announce it here on the program to encourage giving. Right now, as we speak, we are at $519,000, 508. And we'd like to see us get to a very minimum of 550,000. I think we can get to 600. And Rabbi Markowitz earlier mentioned that if we can get to 770, I'll be drinking a whole lot of this l'chaim. So if you want to see me drink a whole lot of this l'chaim, we can do it. We've gone so much further than any of us have imagined. So if we can get to 770, you'll be singing me drink a lot of this. So l'chaim, I'll get started once again. And we're going to hear next from Rebbitzin Donath, who's going to share words of inspiration for us all. Rebbitzin Donath, if you can unmute yourself. L'chaim, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. This is amazing to see the community come together once again. A few weeks ago, we had our kickoff Zoom night, and that was amazing. And this is even more amazing to see everyone joining us and watching the numbers go up over the last, how long has it been? 24 hours? It's just been incredible. And we see them continue to go up. So thank you to everyone who has donated, and thank you to everyone who is still going to donate. It's so exciting to be part of this transformation project together. One of the people who had a tremendous impact on me in becoming a Yoetz HaHalacha is Rav Yehuda Herzl Hinken, who passed away earlier today in Israel. And he is someone who founded Nishmat, which is a large learning institution for women in Israel. And he, together with his wife, built up this institution and made it so that the observance of Taharas HaMishpacha, commitment to mikvah, is more attainable and more widespread throughout all of Klal Yisrael. So it would be, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking part in tonight's program without just recognizing that this has been a tremendous loss for Klal Yisrael. And I want to publicly appreciate all that he's done to increase the observance of Taharas HaMishpacha in all of Klal Yisrael and also by extension in the Fair Lawn community specifically. Rav Henkin was someone who really appreciated and really lived by being very nuanced and very particular in what he said. If you read through his writings, they're incredibly nuanced, incredibly thought out, and he's someone who put a tremendous amount of energy into everything that he did. And something that I've noticed in the Fair Lawn community is that we are also a community that is thought out. We are committed to what we are doing. And his goal was to create achdus and to create Yiddishkeit that is appreciated and lived by everyone. And so our community is very much living up to that. And I really appreciate that from everyone here. And our community is continuing to do that. And this campaign is just a testament to that. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much, Rebbetzin Donath. We're going to move the microphone to Rabbi Yudin. Rabbi Yudin, if you can unmute yourself. Do you have a l'chaim there that you can give a bracha to the kahal?
First of all, good evening. And I cannot thank all the organizers, Nechama and company, for literally bringing us together. And it's all hashkacha pratis. It could have been any night of the year, because any night of the year would be appropriate to raise funds for a mikvah. But clearly on the night of Asara B'Teves, which is so clearly connected to our remembrance of and our missing and our yearning and pining for a Beis HaMikdash. So the Beis HaMikdash unified Klal Yisrael. That's it. Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, there's one place to go and only one place to go. And it wasn't Acapulco. We went to Yerushalayim, we went to the Beis HaMikdash. The concept of unity, and not only the concept of unity, but the concept of Kedusha and Tahara. It's something which is unfortunately not part of our everyday life, except for Baruch Hashem, that very special, holy domain of Taras HaMishpacha and Mikvah. So to think that on this night, it's nothing less than most propitious that we are meeting and having this Aseifa. And as I look and see just the number of participants on the screens, Bli Ayin Hara, 134 homes that Kein Yirbu, I'm hoping will happen, are involved in this. This is really a truly exciting evening. And I say that Shevi and I are so proud to be a part of this and to see, thank God, the beautiful growth within our community. So it's an evening of certainly great personal nachas for Shevi and myself. And we should only continue in this very beautiful way. To that, I'll say l'chaim.
L'chaim, Rabbi Yudin, l'chaim. We're just getting warmed up here. I want to point out that the achdus here is just so incredible. Here, as part of this mikvah, we have all of the shuls represented here in Fair Lawn. The Fair Lawn Mikvah Association has representatives from each shul, making sure that we're truly a unified front so that we can bring in input from all the shuls and unify as a single community. We have Baruch Hashem, Zahava Rosenbaum, and Shira Teichman representing Young Israel. We have Lori Garfinkel and representing Abbas Achim, Rizi Harris representing Darchei Noam, Sarah Santa Cruz representing Abbas Achim, Rachel Friedman representing Shomrei Torah, Melissa Blackman from Darchei Noam, Nechama Zofan, our president, who's done so much, representing Shomrei Torah, Mona Amber representing the Spartak Center, Galia Kapatenko and Michelle Mahler representing Anshi Lubavitch, and Irina Shvetchuk representing Riss Avram of Fairlawn. So we truly have everyone here represented, all the shuls unifying together in this noble cause. I want to invite, I want to move the microphone over to Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz. We're going to get back to some of the rabbis for stories and inspiration. I just want to get us warmed up here and move the mic around a little bit. So, Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz.
Okay. Shalom Aleichem, everybody. Good evening. It's really so inspiring to see everybody on together. This is really, really special, I have to say. Bezrat Hashem, please God, very soon, we could do this live in person. It is a Asar B'Teves, and the Chasim Sofer, Rabbi Belzon's email this afternoon inspired me. In that same piece that Rabbi Belzon quoted this afternoon, the Chasim Sofer writes that the precursor for all of Asar B'Teves was the Chet of Mechiras Yosef, which really represents the breakdown of, of Achdus and Klal Yisrael. And I really feel that us coming together tonight is a tikkun for that we are, mourning still over right now. I want to just focus on the past and thank everyone for the past 8 months. The past 8 months, we've been going through a pandemic. And one of the things that is really in flux during a pandemic in terms of our lives and everything else, and our lives all really got all turned upside down, was daily mikveh use. From every, shilas that all of us fielded, we never thought we'd be fielding in our lives. And we really have to thank the Rebbitzins in our community and the volunteer mikveh attendants who, in a moment's notice, we changed this over under the leadership of the Chama Zofen, really turned it over within like a few hours, the whole model of the way the mikveh was working. And it was really unbelievable. The sincere Mesiras Nefesh of each one of you, of the Rebbitzins here and everybody else that helped out, was really tremendous. Daytime, nighttime, it was crazy the amount of questions that we were fielding and receiving, and the willingness to step up really shows the power and the koach of, specifically here, the women in our community, and a tremendous yasher koach. And I also want to recognize Shevi Yudin, because you are an inspiration for so many things, especially in this mikvah, and you've given so much time and love and selflessness towards this mikvah and this particular mitzvah. And Nechama took over this presidency just a few months ago, literally just in time for COVID, Nechama, Shkoyach. But before this, the mikvah was led by Dasi Brandstetter. And we really have to really recognize for, I think, since the day one, I believe, since whenever it started, I don't know what date it was, Rabbi and Chevy, hopefully you can share us, clue us in on that, what happened that first day. And it really should be a schus and refuah shlema for Leo, Shmuel Lipa ben Charna Leah. And we really should recognize some of these people. I hope I didn't leave anybody out. Thank you to all our supporters and donors. But I wanted to just recognize this special group of women that really stepped up in unbelievable and amazing ways over the past 8 months. Do you want
to? I feel like, everyone else,
everyone
will get a chance, and we'll come back to the mark.
She needs a few more l'chaims to get started.
I didn't have any l'chaims yet.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Debbie, go ahead.
Okay, so I echo the words of Rabbi Markowitz. The Mesiras Nefesh during COVID goes beyond. I just want to, it was before Rabbi Markowitz's time, but initially the mikveh was run, the administrator of the mikveh was Phyllis Gershon, and she handed over the mantle to Dasi Brandstetter. And Baruch Hashem, Nechama has done a fabulous job taking over from both of them. I just want to tell everybody that whenever the snowstorm was last week, Wednesday night, I happened to be, they asked me, since I live so close, to go across the street and take the women who had to go. And I would be remiss, and I think we all would be remiss, and I actually, Beinai Ra'isi, in my eyes, I saw the tremendous dedication and devotion of Doreen. Doreen is the lady who is there every single day of the mikveh, and during COVID has been unbelievable. I literally saw her wash every piece of metal that is in the mikveh. She was upset. Before we left together because she drove me across the street. I was afraid of the ice. And she said to me, Chevy, what are we going to do? The water in the mikveh isn't the way it's supposed to be. We have to call somebody. We have to get, I mean, with such mesiras nefesh, and I want really to, in front of everybody, and I hope you'll see her next time, you'll tell her that we certainly appreciate not only her job and what she does so well, but really her tremendous feeling for the situation now and for the safety of all the women.
Yafeh.
Yeah, Chef Koach, Rebbitzin, Yuden, I have an exciting announcement here for everybody. The rabbis and Rebbitzins have been hard at work here trying to make incentives for people to contribute. And so we have little special surprises. I shouldn't say little. These things are, some of these are really special and exciting. So right now it's 8:54. In the next few minutes, we're going to be looking to see who contributes the most. And whoever contributes the most on the website in the next few minutes, the first prize, the first special goodie is going to be a kugel from Rebbitzin Belazan. Now, if it's as good as I hear, it's well worth the cash. So, whoever is looking for a kugel from Rebbitzin Belazan, there are other things going to be on tonight, but I think this is a good one. We're starting right now. Just write kugel in under your donation, and we'll see who contributes the most. So
$20.
Looking, and in just a few minutes, we're going to announce a winner of a piping hot kugel Erev Shabbos from Rebbitzin Belazan. While we're on the topic of Rebbitzin Belazan, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi and Rebbitzin Belazan. L'chaim, l'chaim. I feel like everybody needs to, in order for this to be even, every time I make a l'chaim, everybody needs to go with me. Otherwise, I'm going to be wasted a lot earlier than everybody else. L'chaim.
Paul Wardman told me he's going pound for pound with us. I know at least one person on the call is.
So, Rabbi, I was just asked to add something to the list of things. There's been a request for me to have my first l'chaim. I don't usually drink, so for the highest bidder, I'll go for a l'chaim. It's really special to be here tonight to be witnessing what's been going on the past 36 hours. I don't think I've ever seen a fundraiser like this in my life. So smooth, so beautiful, so collective, and it really reminds me of a story. There was a time that the Rebbe from Chernobyl was stuck, on his travels, and he wasn't able to find a mikvah, which he went as a daily practice to go to, and it was a little disheartening. It was very, 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 very concerned about the fact that he would have to daven and he wouldn't be able to go to a mikvah. And he saw a group of Jews standing around in the street, and he walked and he approached them, and he moved his body into the huddle, into the group of individuals, and he says, "I'm ready to daven." So all of his Talmidim asked him, "Why are you ready to daven? What changed?" So the Rebbe said that we say in the end of the Masechta of Yuma, when the Gemara speaks about the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Mitayar Es Yisrael. So the citation is Mikvah Yisrael Hashem, that there is a Tara that is achieved through Klal Yisrael itself. And I was just watching the donations and watching all of the involvement from the community and from the committee and from the Rabbanim. It reminded me of this story, that it's actually a reality that's existing and that we see in front of our eyes in the first 36 hours of just the beginning, and it's going to go Mirz Hashem further, and there's going to be so much that's going to be outgrowth this, but it's the most tahar mikvah, because it's the tahara that really comes out of a collective unit of mikvah Yisrael Hashem, of being able to be tovel in a mikvah that's being brought out from all of Klal Yisrael. And that's really such a beautiful idea, which really what a mikveh is. A mikveh is, it comes from the source of Yikavu Hamayim, collecting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu brought in all the waters in the world away from the Abasha, and it collected into one area, and that's what a mikveh represents. And it's so much more tahor. This mikveh is so pure when it's not only a collection of physical water, but there's a collection of involvement of individuals, such an achdus, and it's really what the source of mikveh represents, which is kaveh, which is a source of hope. And that's really what we need in this time of COVID, in this difficult predicament. And I'm getting a lot of source of hope from this. And there's a lot of kaveh, which is what a mikveh is all about. And like we say in tefillah, kaveh el Hashem chazak v'yat mitzlivecha, and then another mikveh, kaveh el Hashem chazak v'yat mitzlivecha. Don't stop. So Mirtz Hashem, we should see continued bracha. And I really just want to thank everyone involved. There were people that were much more involved in this than me. And yashakayach to the rabbis, yashakayach to the committee members, all of them. I don't want to name all of them because I'm worried I'm gonna leave someone out. But you all deserve a tremendous yashakayach to the mikvah committee from before, who I know from an early childhood. This mikvah is famous. This is the one mikvah you go to if you want a good experience, even before Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. You ask around in Passaic, in Patterson, in Teaneck. Well, I grew up in Teaneck, but this was the destination. Everything here is done with sensitivity, with care, and Achron Chaviv. I don't even have words to express to the Yudins, to the rabbi and the Rebbitzin, for building this, for building everything that you built. Yashakayach, Ashreichem, and the Mirtz Hashem, we should continue to see more hope, more Kaveh al Hashem.
Yashakayach, Rabbi Belazan. It seems like we have a winner for the Kugel, and that is going to be Sarah and Mati Stein, who have paid a fair price, I would say, for a delicious Kugel from Rebbitzin Belazan. Now, our next item, goodie, for the highest bidder in the next number of minutes is going to be for Cholent, the famous Cholent of Rebbitzin Shestak. And just write Cholent in your dedication there. It's well worth the price that you'll pay, regardless of what you'll pay. And while we're talking about the Shestaks, we're going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi Eli Shestak for some Divrei Chizuk.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. It's a beautiful thing to be a part of. Do you want to give just the specifications of what the cholent?
It's a very yummy cholent. It took me many years to figure it out, many years of stalking other people's cholents to finally decide what's the perfect combo. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's really good.
It's really good.
So that's our little cholent plug.
And you'll get all the ingredients in a bag, and you can put them into the crock pot yourself. But I believe it comes along with the recipe as a bonus.
It's not my recipe, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to build off of what Rabbi Belazan was saying and the concepts of kedusha and tahara that Rabbi Yudin laid the foundation of. When I think of the power and the meaning of mikvah, I always come back to an essay by Rav Soloveitchik, Catharsis, where he speaks about the closeness and the distance that we have with Hashem. And mikvah Yisrael Hashem, that Hashem is the mikvah of Yisrael. And there's a parallel in the way that we relate to mikvah, that we relate to our spouses, and the way that we relate to Hashem. There's a similar dynamic. And mikvah is the symbol of the reunification. See, just like that, to be distant and then to come back. And thank you for whoever had the technical skills to make that happen. The light show is on, people. And it brings me back to a quote that I remember Rabbi Jachter one of my Rabbeim in high school, who was also very involved in our Eruv, actually bringing together two of our communal institutions. That Rabbi Jachter used to say that this is really one of the areas where we see the psychological benefits of a mitzvah and the power that it brings to a couple to have this dynamic. And interestingly, in wearing my other hat as a social worker, one of the interesting things to see is the way that that people talk about mikvah. I had a client once who felt for therapy, who had a tremendous amount of fear and a lack of trust that he and his wife, that they had with each other. Their relationship was really challenging. And he once told me about what mikvah was like for him in his relationship. And he said that mikvah was a time when they didn't have to worry, when there wasn't this fear, there wasn't this concern, there wasn't this anxiety, just made all of it go away. Mikvah Yisrael Hashem, that there's this vulnerability that can be present, that can just be there because of mikvah. And I think that the Chag, when we experience that, is Yom Kippur. And the last Mishnah in Yoma, where we say, Ma mikvah mitar es Yisrael, Ma mikvah mitar es latmeim afa kadosh baruch hu mitar es Yisrael, that in the same way that we can have that vulnerability via mikvah, we can have that vulnerability with Hashem on Yom Kippur. And there's that parallel that all comes back to the ability to relate to Hashem in a parallel way that's facilitated via mikvah. And it's a beautiful thing that Ashrei knew that we can come together about something as spiritual, as crucial, as important, and as vulnerable as mikvah. So Ashreinu, Ashreichem, thank you so much to everyone who has been involved. And I'm going to pass the torch over to my Rebbitzin, if I may.
All right. Sorry we're taking a lot of Shestak time here, but I wanted to start. A lot of what I want to say is directed towards the women of this community and the women of Klal Yisrael in general. So besides for the obvious debt of gratitude we owe to everyone who has been talked about here for their work towards the mikvah throughout the years. Most recently, I really wanted to give a shout out to the women who go to the mikvah and to the women who, make that their mitzvah, who cross a lot of boundaries and obstacles to get there, even when it's just getting your kids to sleep or when it's going in the middle of the winter in a snowstorm. So this goes out to you guys, all of us. And in that schos Hashem, should really, hopefully we'll see this beautiful mikvah to help our observance of this mitzvah even become more beautiful. So I'm going to start with something unexpected. An IKEA sales report shows that in August, the inventories at IKEA were 15% lower than usual in August. And if I give you guys a minute, but I'm not going to, you could probably guess that the reason is because everyone was stuck at home. And so everyone's been doing these like renovation, these little refurbishments, a little corner here, maybe a whole kitchen. And IKEA has literally been out of stock of many classics because of this. And so it got me thinking, trying to come up with what I wanted to speak about tonight. It got me thinking about, I've been doing a lot of organizing at home also. And that's not my usual vibe. And I think that may be a result of a number of things, but one of it is definitely being stuck here for a long time. And it brought to mind this commercial for a car, which I don't even remember the car, but I do remember the emotions, which I guess makes it a good commercial. But it was a mother who drives up in her driveway. She gets out of the car, she goes into the house, and everything is like crazy messy. and she can't breathe. She's like losing it. She goes out, she sits in her car, and she like lowers the reclining seat and she just relaxes in her car. And I really related to that commercial because sometimes just sitting in your car for 5 minutes really does make a difference, even if it's not whatever car the commercial was about. Which then got me thinking, so I'm in school for social work right now, which means I'm on the research writing papers mindset. And I just was curious, have there been any research about this? Like, is this like a real thing? And there was a study done where a bunch of people were asked to give a self-guided tour of their home. And the language that they used was analyzed and basically categorized as either a stressful home or a restorative home. So I'll give you a little, I think that we can all relate to either one or the other, a little bit of both. But one person, let's say for the stressful home, would say something like, here's the little area where I sit and relax after the kids go to sleep. It's a great place to unwind. Then you'd have the stressful home tour where someone would say like, well, these are the windows that won't shut, and here are the holes that I haven't been able to repair, and this is where, and you get the vibe. So research has actually found that women more than men, in many cases, women are assuming more responsibility for the maintenance of the household. Not that it has to be that way, just that it happens to be that way in many cases. And that means that they can often feel more overwhelmed. Literally, there's research to show that women feel more overwhelmed by the clutter of the house. I'm sure there are some people who are like nodding, yes, 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 this is me. COVID makes a lot of this worse. And I think that's why it's top of mind for a lot of us. But there's real studies that connect the beauty of a space, the lack of clutter, the noise level, the lighting, the amount of things around that show that actually affects your mood and even potentially health. So like even literal physical health. So why am I talking about all this? So besides the fact that we can probably all relate to this feeling of wanting to redo our entire houses from scratch now that we're spending all our time inside, I also think that it has to do with the Fair Mikvah. So as a Kala teacher, when I teach Kalas, I try to emphasize that mikvah night can be really, really relaxing. It can be a nice time. It can be a restorative time. But a lot of people either come into classes or just eventually get this sense that it's a stressful time. And that's for a number of reasons, and I'm not going to get into all of it, but I do want to bring up two things that I thought were relevant. One is that unfortunately there's a lot of mental health challenges surrounding preparation for the mikvah, where women do suffer from anxiety or obsessive behaviors, obsessive compulsive behaviors, to feel like they did the right thing. Like they're ready. And they might never feel ready. And they always have that feeling. There's a lot of that. I'm sure that anyone who's ever worked with women and Shilas or just talking discussions about it has encountered that. It's a real phenomenon. And it's something that I think in general, we should all be aware of. And the other thing is that even for women who don't suffer from anxiety or obsessiveness about the mikvah, about preparation, there's a lot of anxiety associated with getting out of the house at night, getting your kids to sleep, who's going to give dinner, and I always try to give ideas about how partners can work together to make that happen. Maybe you're usually on dinner duty and tonight you're not, or you're not on bedtime, or your partner's going to tidy the house while you're gone or something. There's some way to contribute to make it a partnership and to also make it doable. And so those are obstacles that I would say, like, since we're talking about that, I want to put out there that if people are having struggles with things like anxiety about the mikvah, mental health wise, it would be really helpful to either talk and get mental health support, or even just have a conversation with your Rebbitzin or your Yoetz Halacha, like Shir Donath is here, ours in Fairlawn. Just having those conversations where you review the halachot and you realize, like, this is what I actually have to do, and the other things I don't have to make me stay up at night. And I think that's really important. But also for the average woman, having a conversation just to like plan out a schedule. How are we going to make this work? So those are just, I wanted to address those. But the reason I'm bringing all of that up is because when you get to the mikvah, it should be restorative. You've done so much to get there. Like what needs to happen next should be relaxing and beauty and calm. And I always also tell the college who I teach, like, wherever you live, go to the nicest mikvah around. If you have time, if you can take those extra 5 minutes or whatever, drive to the nicest mikvah around, go to a place where you feel you can do your preparations in peace, where you feel it's clean and orderly and calming. Maybe you'd rather take a bath at the mikveh than in your bathtub with all your kids' toys, right? That's possible. So I try to bring out these ideas of ways to make it more beautiful, more calming. And the number one thing I would think could help make this mitzvah even easier and more enjoyable and relaxing for women is a beautifully renovated mikveh. And that's what we're working towards tonight. And I really do think that our Fairlawn mikveh being that mikveh, that place with the spa-like ambiance as was described when we were looking at the pictures, the layout of the mikveh, the cleanliness, even just being in a new place, a place where you feel like everything's updated with you in mind, that's what we're going for. And that's the goal that we've reached. And we're now working towards a standalone mikveh, which is just incredible especially for our side of town. It's really special. And I just wanted to say that, again, thank you to the women who make this their mitzvah and who do this and who go against or, move against obstacles and boundaries to get there, large and small. And I hope that, this mitzvah can become even more beautiful, more inspiring, and more relaxing than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi and Rebbitzin Shestak. I want to announce that we have a winner, Liz Browser, for the challenge. And I'm told it'll be well worth it. We do have lots of goodies up for grabs. I'm going to turn the mic over in a moment to my Rebbitzin, Leah Newport. And she also has offered a night of schnitzel dinner. And in the negotiations earlier, before, somebody was asking with rice, with her fancy rice, and she acquiesced. So it's schnitzel dinner, which includes her famous rice. And just write schnitzel in your comment, if you wish, in the next number of minutes. And you can be the winner of a schnitzel dinner for you and your family. I'm going to turn the mic over to my Rebbitzin Leah Newport.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I just want to start out by saying a tremendous thank you to everyone who contributed to this campaign, and especially to the rabbis, the Rebbitzin, and the leaders of the community who have put so much love, so much effort into making this project happen. I feel fortunate to be part of such a generous and unified community. Just as we've seen in this campaign, everyone's contributions can add up to so much more than we could have ever imagined. And the same can be true in the mitzvah of mikvah. We have an amazing opportunity to encourage women from all different backgrounds to come see and use our beautiful new mikvah. Sometimes a casual conversation about the beauty of this mitzvah with a friend, a relative, a coworker who has not yet practiced this mitzvah, you have no idea what you can accomplish by just encouraging someone to use the mikvah. In my experiences, bringing kalas to use the mikvah, I met women who come to use the mikvah just once, and they're not really sure how much of a role the mikvah will play in their lives. This beautiful new facility, which was designed by Chaya Birnbaum, and I know it's going to be amazing. She has beautiful, amazing taste. And the beautiful mikvah is a powerful way, because it's going to be so beautiful, it will make women from all walks of life and all stages of life feel inspired and motivated and encouraged to come use the mikvah, perhaps on a regular basis. So may we all be zocha to many blessings that this mitzvah can bring to our families and to our community. Again, a huge thank you to everyone who is involved in this amazing and beautiful project, and Yasher Koch to all the people who, with all their hard work that they've done. So thank you.
L'chaim, l'chaim. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rebbitzin Markowitz for some divrei chizuk.
First of all, it's so the all of the Rabbanim and the Rebbitzins here and the wonderful Fairlawn community. If you take a moment and look at everyone who's on now, it's like actually it's really beautiful. It's also nice to see people. So like that's that's really very nice, and it's very, very special. And thank you for letting me be a part of this. I want to bring a little bit of mikvah about what it represents, maybe to us, regardless of whether, we actively use this or not. And I want to take a moment just to reflect on, this could also be a time to daven for those who do not yet need the mikvah. And for many people, it's a very difficult time now with shidduchim, and it can be hard to see a mikvah campaign. And I think at the same time, it's also extremely hopeful. And I want to talk a little bit about hope, because the fact that we're having this right now is showing that despite everything that's going on, we really believe that we're going to continue to rebuild past all of this pandemic. I think a lot about Rabbi Yudin, as you were saying, that when we were lighting on Hanukkah candles, and how, we have the vaccine that's coming out during this time. So having these moments of hope is really a light to the future, and helping us persist. But what I was thinking about, you were saying, Rabbi Shestak, about it being restorative. So I was thinking about which part of the mikvah do I want to focus on? There's so many aspects. I want to talk about the rejuvenation, and I want to think about, especially right now, I don't know if couples were meant to spend 24/7 with each other, although it is very nice. And then if you go to work now, it's like, oh, this is really amazing. But for many others, there's a lot that you could talk about, except when you can't, and you get stuck in the same cycle and dynamics. So I was thinking about maybe just one suggestion for this time is that going to the mikvah could really allow us the space to focus on rejuvenation. Right? We weren't able to be together, and now it's hope. I remember that, and hope. It took us many years. Many is all relative, but between 3 to 4 years.
It felt like many for us.
It felt like many for us, right? Till we had kids. And every single time we would go to the mikvah, it was like a mixed feelings, because on the one hand, it was very sad, because it meant that it was like another month. And at the same time, it was an opportunity to try again. And I remember that I used to love going in Israel, and even here in Fairlawn, they also do that. Like the mikvah ladies would give you like a big bracha. Sometimes it would just, make me cry. And like sometimes you weren't ready to hear it. But it's really about the ability to have hope, and that it's a time for new potential and rejuvenation. And I think about couples now, and what about for people who lose this opportunity? So once a month, they get this time to respark and rekindle. What if we're together for 8 months straight, right? What if how do we keep this excitement? And sometimes I think maybe you should just go outside and come in, go take a walk around the block and come in as this is it. We just did our little bit of a break. But more seriously, I was thinking that we have a lot of traditions every single week when I have the candles. That's my time that even if kids are pulling at me, then I could orient towards them, or I could take a moment to focus on the moment. And maybe we could, that's what mikvah is. It's a time to focus on the family. But if we don't have that, can we create this kedushas hazman and kedushas hamakom during this time? And I think about the mitzvah of harchakos, and think about how when you're able to be together again, and the small things, you remember that I could pass you a bottle, and that's very romantic. It's the very small things that become very big. But we could forget that, especially during these times. And so it's really small things. And I really want to give everyone a bracha and say it's amazing that we're doing this during this time, and we should focus on hope, and we should focus on what rejuvenates us. What can we do in order to get to spark us, to spark relationships, to not get stuck in cycles of this is just the same old, and you're saying this again, and to take a walk around the block and imagine ourselves as if we're going to be having a new opportunity to be together, as if it's the first time after a long time. The power of walking around the block. But that's my bracha to us. And if we say where everyone's been Moser Nefesh now, just continue to be Moser Nefesh, $10 more, $15 more, whatever it is that you can give. It should just be in a schus for all who need any of the schuyos.
Amen. Amen.
Yasher Koach, that was wonderful. I want to announce we do have a winner, and I really see that they really understand the power of what this schnitzel is. So Yasher Koach to Rabbi Eli and Rebecca Belazan, who really outdid themselves for this schnitzel, and they are clearly the winner here. So Yasher Koach,
and the
you
rice.
just let us know when that will be. I want to pause for a moment, and I want to thank our matchers by name, because this campaign was built around the matching grants to encourage giving, and we're, Baruch Hashem, over $525,000 has been raised so far, and we really would like to get to a minimum of 550. So please, let's keep it up. I see we're still getting in some nice donations. Share with your friends, share it with your families, your coworkers, your neighbors, and everyone can participate. So if you'll bear with me for a minute, I want to announce our matchers here and give them Dua Karasatov. Starting with the Gluck family, in loving memory, these are the platinum matchers, in memory of Chaim and Fegi Gluck, who were tragically taken from us. May this mikvah be an achama for their family. The next platinum matcher, dedicated in memory of Ella and Morris Kraut by the Kraut family, dedicated by their children and grandchildren, Lawrence and Evelyn Kraut, Sherry and Ellie Priscilla and family, Terry and Itzi Karasik and family, Jennifer and Benjamin Hooper and family, Michelle and Stephen Farben and family. Yasher Koach, thank you so much for stepping up to the plate and being a matcher. And the next matcher, really platinum matcher, is Mikveh USA, who has done so much for bringing Tahara to the United States of America. It's not just here in Furlan, but everywhere in America and actually around the world. So Yasher Koach to those from this incredible organization of Mikveh USA, our deepest Hakaras Hatov to you. And then we move on to the gold matchers, dedicated in loving memory of Alachaya Kaminsky by their family. Their memory be are a blessing. Next is dedicated in loving memory of Rivka Newport, my dear mother Allah Shalom, dedicated by us and our family. May her memory be a blessing. May all those who use the mikvah be a schus for her merit. And then it moves on for those who came in and the silver matchers, Rachel and Nikki Friedman, the bronze matchers, Shira and Elliot Teichman, in honor of their mothers and grandmothers. And then once we reach the goal, so many of you have stepped up to be a matcher, and we're open to matchers now. The Rosenbaum and Jaspi families in memory of our mother Tzipi Jaspi Allah Shalom, Fega Bas Moshe Peretz Alevi, who we remember so fondly, and their grandmother and Pinchas Bas Zalman Allah Shalom. Then there was donated in loving memory of Ruchama Bracha by her parents Zissel and Pinchas Garber. There's Melissa and Josh Blackman, Dr. Ellie and Miriam Steingart, Gail and Stephen Plotnick, Brittany and Josh Rickless, Mitchell and Joanne Ashkenazi, Danny and Cindy Spector, Gary Ruvin, Linda Miller and families, in memory of their mother Esther Bas Avram Leib Olav Shalom. And in another round two matcher, Arthur and Judy Goldberg, in memory of Yitta Bas Shimon Olav Shalom, Sarah Bas Avram, Yeshua Olav Shalom, and Idol Rivka Bas Arya Leib Olav Shalom. So these are the people, these are the matchers who have made it happen, and these are the ones who have matched your dollar, in some cases quadrupled your dollars, in some cases doubling your dollars. And we thank you from the bottom of our heart for making this campaign such an incredible success. We have many more goodies coming up. We have, ready for this, an hour of learning one-on-one with Rabbi Yudin. This is truly priceless. An hour of learning. You pick the topic with Rabbi Yudin. The next highest bidder in the next number of minutes will win this great zchus. an hour of Torah study with Rabbi Yudi. I want to share with you a story about how mikvah and Mesiras Nefesh for mikvah is truly, could be life-saving. So this story takes us back, I think it was the 1950s in Montreal, Canada. And the Lubavitch community in Montreal, Canada was getting bigger and bigger. There was already a great Orthodox community there. But the Lubavitch community was a little bit distant from the closest mikvah. And so during the week, it wasn't an issue. They would just drive over to the mikvah, the local mikvah, which was a 5-10 minute drive. But on Shabbos and Yom Tov, at the time, they had to walk about an hour to the mikvah. Now, there was a woman who had just moved to the Lubavitch community there. And unfortunately, she was experiencing infertility. And so it came to her first mikvah night while she had moved to this community, turned out on a Friday night. And she really didn't want to postpone mikvah night because this would offer her her best chances of conceiving. And she also really wanted to have the mitzvah b'shaite, to do it correctly and go to the mikvah bisman. Now, at that time, if you had to go to the mikvah on a Friday night or a Yom Tov, you had to arrange your own mikvah lady. So there was an official mikvah lady who would meet you there. Whoever you arranged, that's the way it was. And so she had just moved to town. She didn't really know the protocols, and she begged her sister to meet her there. Her sister didn't want to come because it was a snowstorm forecasted, and she twisted her sister's arm, and her sister agreed to meet her there. And unfortunately, the snowstorm actually materialized, and she had to walk an hour in the Montreal cold to the mikvah. And when she got there, she hadn't realized that she was supposed to make an appointment with the mikvah lady just to let her know that she would be coming there. And she got there, and the mikvah code was posted on the door. She gets in there, and there's no heat in the building, and there's no heat in the mikvah. And so she debated for a minute, and she decided she's going to continue with the mitzvah. She dipped in the freezing cold water, got dressed, and walked an hour back home. And in this chus of the Mesiras Nefesh, she conceived with her one and only daughter of her lifetime. Now, at her daughter's wedding, when this daughter grew up and got married, she shared this story, and she gave a postscript to the story, that about 16 years later, she herself was diagnosed with an illness, and she needed a bone marrow transplant. She had a rare marrow that she needed, and who was the one who was able to give her her marrow? You guessed it. It was the daughter that was conceived on the night that she had this wonderful Mesiras Nefesh to go to the mikveh in the freezing cold, walking an hour there, an hour back, dipping in the freezing cold mikveh. So mikveh can truly be a huge blessing, and it also can be truly life-saving. I'm going to move the microphone back to Rabbi and Rebbitzin Yudin. Rebbitzin Yudin, why don't you tell us what it was like building the mikveh in the early days, some of the details that some people might have not heard before.
Yep.
Chevy, please unmute. Unmute. Here you go.
Okay, that's a miracle that I was able to do that. Okay, the truth of the
L'chaim. Okay.
I don't drink, l'chaim. So anyway, in the late 1970s, after the shul moved across the street, everybody knows, I said this at the kickoff meeting, I'm just going to say it quickly, that when you have a choice to build a shul or a mikveh, you're supposed to build a mikveh first, because that's something that every community needs. When we moved to Fairlawn, I'm looking at this list, there were 10 active families in our shul and 17 families on the books. And as we grew, Baruch Hashem, we didn't have the manpower or the people who were interested in mikveh as much as we were. And we insisted that when the shul was built across the street, that part of the building of that shul would house a mikveh. And so when the actual cement was poured into the shul, into what exists now as the shul, the everything for the mikveh and the initial planning was put in at the same time. And I don't know if Arthur Goldberg is on this Zoom. Is he? Rabbi Markowitz? No, okay. Anyway, he was the, he worked with the architects for the whole building and on the mikveh project as well. And he was there the day they threw in the cement and made sure that the extra cement that was needed on that side of the building and all the halachos, etc., for the mikveh were taken care of. I don't know if this interests anybody, but our mikveh, the Rav who helped us with all the halachic shilas of the mikveh was Rabbi Posen, who was a Breuer's Dayan at the time, and Rabbi Bick, Alav Hashalom from the Bronx, was also involved. And Rabbi Posen, I remember him, he came so often, and he was so makpid, and I don't, my husband will be back if you want to know the halacha terminology, but I remember he made us change a lot of things that were really chumras to make
Good.
Okay, we're experiencing some technical difficulty. We'll be back with Chevy in a moment. Rabbi Nuwer, back to you.
Sure. First of all, we got some more donations in, but the winner is anonymous. And whoever wants to learn with Rabbi Yudin, Abaishan Leilome, the Mishnah tells us if you're shy, then you can't learn. And so I don't know who it is who won. I'll trust you if you email me, rabbi@flchabad.com. I'm happy to set this up. But again, you have to let us know who you are so that we can give you your prize, an hour with Rabbi Yudin. We have another goodie that I'm going to announce now, and that is coffee with Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz. So the next highest donation, the next number of minutes, just put in coffee, if you will. Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz, you're getting coffee. I'm sure it'll be a great coffee and great company. So just put coffee in there and make sure to put your name. We can't give prizes to the people who are anonymous. We are moving along here. Baruch Hashem, we have made some headway, and we are moving closer and closer towards the $550,000 mark. I want
Rabbi,
to remind everyone.
Rabbi, while we're waiting for Chevy,
you just give me one more moment. I want to make a point. We'll go back to Rabbi Yudin, and that is that once again, there's a lot of different people on. We're trying to get everybody to look out for a property for the new mikvah. We want it ideally on the Saddle River Road side of town. So if you see a house for sale, or if your neighbor's house is for sale, or your house is for sale, or even, let's beat that, if you want to gift a house for naming rights, or gift a property for the naming rights of this mikvah, let us know. And we can make that happen as long as it's an appropriate property to house a mikvah, standalone mikvah. Is Rabbi Yudin still on? Where are we holding with that? No, okay. We're going to move back to Rabbi Donath and Rebbitzin Donath.
Sure. First of all, before we move on, I want to understand, what is the Rebbitzin Newbort's rice? Rabbi Belzin's been talking about this rice for quite some time. I want to know what I'm missing.
If you really want to know what you were missing, you should have bid earlier. But I hope I don't get in trouble for this. If you match the donation, we can do two. We can do two.
There's enough rice to go around for us too?
There's enough rice there's enough, we can do it. It's worthwhile.
We're back.
All right.
So we could go for seconds.
Definitely Kedai.
It looks like Chevy's back also, Rabbi Newbort.
We have Chevy back.
It's okay.
Good.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go across the street soon. Rebbetzin Markowitz saved the day for me, but we can't get the computer back on, so I'm talking from my phone. But I said for me, it was such a happy day to see how Baruch Hashem so quickly you were able to raise so much money for such an important cause. And looking at the panel here tonight, I can't tell you how happy I am that Baruch Hashem, you'll all have each other, I hope together with us for many years, and that you have a chevra of Rabbanim and families and people on all sides of town to have children for your friends. It wasn't so easy in the early days. And so really this mikvah is going to bring a lot more bracha to this town and a lot more wonderful history and stories and everything. I told a lot of the stories about mikvah to the women, and I'm not going to bore you with them again. I just want to remind everybody here that Baruch Hashem, the main reason that we use the mikvah is certainly for Taharas HaMishpacha, which is the most important thing. Before certain rules were made in Eretz Yisrael, we used our mikvah for conversions of people who really wanted to become Jewish. And Baruch Hashem, over the years, seen a lot of nachas from these people. Unfortunately, there are those people who can't have children and adopt children, and to be able to be part of the joy these people have in submerging their child in the mikveh when the pediatrician said they were ready, and watching them become Jews and really drinking l'chaim at the mikveh. And so many, my luck has been with second shidduchim, second marriage, a second marriage shidduchim. And I've seen, again, so many people come and use the mikveh to inspire them to go on. So many people use the mikveh, like Sarah Markwood said, for hope. And again, like I said, I can't believe it that in Mitzvah Hashem, we're going to have a refurbished mikveh here, and the Mitzvah Hashem is a stands-alone mikveh on the other side of town, and that this place that really was a midbar 50 years ago is really turning in to the most beautiful Jewish community and the most loving people, with the most loving people around. And that's how it was years ago. I can tell you, we promised, they don't see me. I could tell you and everybody who doesn't know this, that they had promised that the mikveh What?
Chevy, we hear you. We hear you, Chevy.
All right, I'm coming across the street because I really want to watch the rest of this. But I just want to tell you that we had given a date for the mikveh to open on a 3-day yontif, a 2-day yontif and a Shabbos, and there wasn't enough water in the mikveh to open the mikveh. And we were kidding around in the house. We said we have to do rain dance for a week to make that rain come. And Baruch Hashem, Hashem was always with the Fairlawn mikveh. And the week before we were supposed to open, it rained and rained and rained and rained. And literally it rained enough so that we were able to keep the promise that were made to the women. And we did open that mikveh on when it was promised to the women that it would be open. And Baruch Hashem, I mentioned this the other time also, a couple of years ago during Hurricane Sandy, when lights were out all over the place and people's freezers weren't working and everybody was just didn't know what to do. Baruch Hashem, the lights remained on across the street, not on every house on Morlot, but certainly across the street, certainly in the mikveh, and certainly for people to come learn. And Baruch Hashem, I hope that this bracha from Hashem for the building of a community in Fairlawn, for the building of an Erev in Fairlawn, and now Baruch Hashem for step 2 and 3 for a new mikveh, all these brachos will keep on coming from on high, because we are the community that we are, and the people that live in this community are people who care about each other, are willing to help each other. And I just hope this will continue, Miss Hashem, for many, many years. And I'm sure Ezras Hashem it will.
Amen.
No.
Thank you so much, L'chaim, L'chaim. We do have an exciting winner, but from before we announced that we can do a doubles on the schnitzel and rice there. And Rabbi and Rebbitzin Shestak, if you look at the screen there, they definitely have matched it. L'chaim, you will not be disappointed. So we still have up for sale coffee with Rabbi and Rebbitzin. I also want to mention that this came in offline. Nechama has confirmed it, that Gidon and Esther Bennett have the winning bid for an hour Torah study with Rabbi Uten. So that's a really special goodie to purchase, and Yasher Koach to you. So we have coffee with Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz, which is still up for bids. And we also, let's see what else we have. This one, I think, also is from the Markowitzes, and that is an hour jog with Rabbi Markowitz. An hour jog with Rabbi Markowitz.
Let's see if I can make it through
that I
the
can
entire
actually
hour.
last an hour jogging, I would be tempted to bid on this one. You have his full attention for an hour while jogging, can schmooze about anything. It is hashkafa on life. This is a good one. So again, we have coffee party with Rabbi and Rebbitzin Markowitz, and we also have a jog for 1 hour with Rabbi Markowitz. We're moving right along here, and we're going to move the microphone back to the Belazans. Once again, everybody, don't be shy. We have still coffee party with the Belazan, with the Markowitzes, and an hour jog with Rabbi Markowitz. Still up for grabs. Rabbi and Rebecca Belazan, take it away.
Rabbi, what are we supposed to do? What's going on? You want me to speak again? I can't hear you.
A little Maisa, something, a little chizuk, a little something.
All right. Let's think. A Maisa.
You know what? You think of the Maisa. I have another Maisa that I want to share.
Rabbi, I'm happy to share Maisa, right?
Good. Rabbi Donath. And then
Rabbi
Rabbi
Newport,
Belazan,
you
you're up
didn't
next.
share your first experience with Rebbitzin Yudin. That was a good one.
Oh, people want to know my first experience with Rebbitzin Yudin. Well, we'll talk about that. Rabbi Donath.
I'll share a Maisa. Just first of all, when we schedule this event, I think it needs to be told that we thought this would be an event to give chizuk, to make it to our first goal. And it's really unbelievable that this is really just a celebration. There's a sense of we already made so many goals, and so much chizuk really comes from the community. I think often the rabbis, the Rebbitzins, our job is to give chizuk to the community, but I think really the community gives chizuk to us. The last 24 hours, it's been said, but can't be said enough. The community really stepped up in a way that I don't think we really imagined this extent. So a tremendous yasher koach to the community for giving us chizuk. There's a famous story. You may have heard it. I've heard it from Rav Moshe Weinberger of the Raditcher Rav. Raditcher Rav. The Raditcher Rav was the Rav in the Lodz ghetto during the Shoah, and in this ghetto, the local officials had closed down the mikveh. They closed down all the mostos during the Shoah, but even the mikveh, they made takanos to close it down. They said, it's dangerous, even though they're not going into the mikveh, but they closed down the Lodz ghetto mikveh. And everyone, of course, was very down. And then one night it was Erev Yom Kippur, and a bacher knocked on the Rav's door. And the bacher came in and said, Rebbe, there's a top secret entrance. There's a building next door to the mikvah. And only the top, Rebbes, only very special elite people are going to be able to know about this entrance, to be able to go to the mikvah Erev Yom Kippur. But the only way to safely get to the mikvah is you have to go after curfew when the Nazis aren't going to see us. So we're going to go after curfew, and sakana sefashos, we're risking our life, endangering our life. So the Rebbe said, of course, I want to go with you. Take me to this mikvah. So the bacher takes the Rebbe Erev Yom Kippur, the night before Yom Kippur, in the cloak of dark, and they go through a back entrance to the building that was behind the mikvah. And they open the door to this adjacent building, and they enter a room. And what did they see? They saw hundreds of Jews forming a line. And the Jews, the Yidden, were lined up, and they had forks and spoons and knives, and they were making like an assembly line. And they were digging. They were digging and digging and digging to create a backdoor entrance, to break through from this back room, this building, adjacent building, to be able to dig their way into the mikveh. And the Rebbe stopped himself, and the Zinger Rav, I might be saying it wrong, said to the chassid he was with, he said, do you understand that there's not one person in this room who has not lost a loved one, been through terrible machalas? But look, I never imagined I'd see such a scene. There are Jews, hundreds of Jews, and they are just seeking the entrance to the mikveh. They are doing whatever it takes to seek the entrance to the mikveh. Now, it's a powerful scene to think about this room, this like back channel, like you're picturing like, a back room in Shomrei Torah, people digging to get into the mikveh. Like we can't even, probably pre-COVID, we couldn't even think of, the story was so far beyond us. But I was thinking that maybe if there's ever a time in our life where we face a tzara, we can relate to a tzara, it's really what we experienced over the last couple of months. That in the last couple of months, there was a time where many of our shuls, I think most of our shuls, all of our shuls were closed at a time. But there was one institution that never closed down. And that was the mikveh. And that's really a tribute, a credit to the Nashim Tzidkanios, the women of the community. It's a credit to the Rebbitzins and the volunteer mikveh ladies, anyone, I don't want to leave out names, but whoever stepped up, no matter what, COVID, no COVID, PPE, whatever was going to happen, the mikveh didn't close. The shuls, many of the shuls closed. The mikveh did not close. And I think we had a taste. We had a glimpse of the Lodge ghetto. We should never know. We should never want to relate to these stories. But I think to a certain degree, the Fairlawn community, the women, the Rebbitzins, the Mikveh Association, not enough can be said about the leaders of the Mikveh Association. They really stepped up in a way that reminds me of the Hasidim, the Jews with their forks and knives digging for the entrance to the mikveh. And so that's what this is all about. It's not the Rabbanim, the Rebbitzins giving chizuk to the people. It's the people giving chizuk to the Rebbe, to the Rabbi, the Rebbitzins, to the leaders to say, we're behind you. We're leading the charge. We're the ones giving huge donations, showing this is important to us. We want our mikveh to be a center of our community. We want our mikveh to be proud of it. It should look beautiful, stunning, and we're all seeking, no matter how difficult life has been, how challenging life has been, we're all seeking that door to the mikveh. So Yasher Koach to everyone. Really tremendous chizuk that you guys gave us. Just watching the names and the numbers. I want to like text all of you personally just to say thank you because you deserve it. But on behalf of the rabbis and rebbitzins, please know that we see the donations. It is tremendously inspiring, and you give all of us chizuk. So thank you so much. And we'll turn it back to Rabbi Newborn.
Yasher Koach, thank you so much for that inspiration. L'chaim, l'chaim. So first of all, we have some winners here. We have Amanda and Ariel Rosenzweig is looking forward to the run with Rabbi Markowitz. And we have also Frady and Avi Moskowitz for the coffee with the Markowitzes. Now, I want to share a story. I want to first introduce the next goodie. The next goodie is something with me. It's a trip to the OL with me. And that's actually whoever bids the highest for this, just write OL in your bid. I want to up the ante here. I want to share a story that has to do with mikvah and Taharas HaMishpacha in general. So many years ago, we're talking many years ago, a woman came into my office and she was crying bitterly. She was crying bitterly because she had been experiencing infertility, secondary infertility, and trying to have a child, and she was going to the doctors and the treatments weren't working. And she shows up to my office. She shows up to my office broken, crying. She had just come back from the doctor and apparently the latest treatment hadn't worked. And she wasn't sure if she didn't know what to do. She just was lost and was looking for guidance and I guess a bracha. And she says, help me, what should I do? So I said to her, listen, I'm not a makubal, I'm not a big tzaddik that gives brachas, and I can't help you in that way. But what I could tell you, this was a frum woman, by the way, who was keeping Taharas Mishpacha from when she was married. I said, I could tell you that the Rebbe answered many couples experiencing infertility, whether it was primary or secondary, that they should relearn the halachas of Taharas Mishpacha and make hachlatas tovos in this regard and strengthen and be mechazik their Taharas Mishpacha. And I said to them, if you would like, I'm offering learning with you from scratch, from the Aleph Beis of Taharas Mishpacha, you and your husband, and you'll see if there's a room to improve. And then you'll go to the Oel of the Lubavitcher Rebbe and you'll say that your Shliach Rabbi Newborn suggested that they should do this, they should make this hachlata, they should make this resolution to strengthen their Taharas HaMishpacha. And in this chus, they're asking the Rabbanu Shalom to help them with another child. Now, okay, about a week later, I get a call from the husband and he says, you made an offer to my wife and we'd like to take you up on the offer. And so we learned from Aleph till Tav of Taharas HaMishpacha, and there was indeed some areas where they can improve. And they went to the OL and they wrote a note upon asking the Rebbe to be a Meilitz Yosher before HaKadosh Baruch Hu and bring their bakasha with their achlata to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. My dear friends, it wasn't a month later that I got a call from the husband and he said that without treatments, his wife was pregnant. This was a huge miracle from HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the schus of strengthening their commitment to Taharas HaMishpacha. And I believe that when we present these types of achlatas in a holy Makom Kodesh like the Ohel, the answers are quick and swift. So for those who wish to join me for a trip to the Ohel, you can put a bid up there on the screen, just write Ohel, and I promise I'll make it meaningful with stories and hadracha and hashkafa. So anybody who wishes. Chaim l'chaim. Rabbi Belazan, are you ready?
I'm not ready, but we'll go for it. I saw actually in the Hakdama of the Sefer Mikvah Mayim, he brings a fascinating story that he heard from the Rosh Hashiva of the Mir, Rav Nachum Bresovich. Rav Nachum told him that someone told him that that before Eretz Yisrael was even a country, that apparently the Germans had made it all the way to Egypt, and there was a threat, and the Jews that were living in Palestine at that time, they were threatened and they were nervous that the Germans would enter in, and the Rabbanim that existed in Eretz Yisrael at that time had an asifa, and they were very concerned, and they were discussing what possibly that they could do, and they got specific threats that the general that was leading the Germans at that time, that already made it to all the way to Egypt, heard, and he was very disgusted about the Jews that feel that they can daven at their wall and that could protect them, and that will save them. And he said, by tomorrow I will be in Palestine, I'll destroy them, and I'm going to kill every Jew that I find davening by the wall. So they had an Asifas Rabbanim, the Ger Rebbe was there, and many of the Rabbanim of Yerushalayim and Eretz Yisrael in that time, and they were discussing what could we be mechazik in, what could we do, and the one thing that they came up with, one of the Rebbes got up and they said a guaranteed atzlacha is that we make a vad l'taras hamishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. And it was that night that the Vad L'Taras HaMishpacha was created and exists until today. And that was the Koach HaShmira, that was what protected them. And the Germans never entered in. And that was what the Koach of the mikveh had, really literally saved Am Yisrael, saved Eretz Yisrael, and allowed for the formation of the Medina of Eretz Yisrael. And it really is a tremendous schus. And especially in this time, we need a shmira, and definitely in a time of a magefa. And Mirza Hashem, this opportunity should be not only a source for the building of the mikvah, but should be a source of a shmira for all of us and our community. And Kadosh Baruch Hu should continue to protect us. It's not always spoken about, but the Gemara in Zvachim talks about that you can't only focus on the actual construction of the mikvah, but even if an individual touches the water, even if he doesn't pick it up, even if it's not with a vessel, even if he just touches the mikvah and he happens to be tameh, so the Gemara says a mikvah needs, the pasuk says, Achbor mikveh mayin yiyeh tahor havayaso al yedei tahara. You need that the mikveh is generated through only a pure channeling system, and you have to make sure that anyone who interacts with the mikveh, anyone who even touches the mikveh, has to make sure that it's coming from a pure source and shouldn't have any sense of impurity. And I think that idea is not only about the physical conduits and the physical channels and the pipes that is definitely going to be done right, and yasher koach to Chaya and everyone who's involved with that in terms of getting the right people for the mechanics and for the channeling and for the pipes. But I'm looking at this experience over here. I think this is also a fulfillment of that drasha of Yiyeh Tahor, the source of the mikvah, the beginning point of the mikvah. Where's the funding coming from? Is coming from such a beautiful experience. Havayaso, it's coming into existence, is through such a tahor, such a pure experience, such an achdus, such a beautiful thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is getting nachas out of. That's really the first stages of where the Tara is coming from and the formation of the mikvah. We're right now breaking ground. It's not happening later. This is Havayaso Ayidei Tara. This is the breaking ground. This is the pipelines through this collection process. And Yasher Koach, and thank you for everyone for not only thinking about one side, but all sides in the entire community. And this is really, it's just so inspiring, so tahor, such an incredible experience, and may it continue weiter in many, many years to come.
Okay, we have a winner for the Ohel, Tzvi and Akiva. Tzvi and Akiva. Oh, wow, Tzvi and Akiva. Oh, wow, okay, we have a winner for the Ohel.
Schnitzel to the Ohel with us.
We'll send some schnitzel on. Yasher koach. We have more goodies up for grabs. Rebbitzin Yudin, if I may ask, there are a number of women who are asking for tea or coffee with Rebbitzin Yudin. Could we put that up for grabs? We can't hear you.
Chevy, you have to unmute.
Just give a thumbs up and we'll put it up next. I'm getting a number of requests. Tea or coffee with Rabbi Yudin, with Rebbitzin Yudin for 1 hour. So just write coffee with Rebbitzin Yudin in the next number of minutes. We have Rabbi Markowitz. Take it away.
Okay, Shalom Aleichem. I don't know what time we're going to. Is there going to be a timer at 12 o'clock? 9, 8, 7. We're going weiter past 12 o'clock. That's what we're doing. That's the goal.
Well, we still have some goodies that I'm.
The fast starts at 5:50. At least in Shomer, the fast starts at 5:50. Just letting everybody know.
Yeah. It's okay. We still have some time, and we still have some goodies that I think people will be interested in bidding in.
Definitely, we still have some goodies from some babkas coming out soon.
There's
a lot
babkas coming out. Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to share one Maisa that I did share with some of the chevra during on Yom Kippur, pre-Ne'ilah. Rav Aaron of Bells had one of his children. I don't recall his name. One of his children was he got very into his avodas Hashem to the point that he was very, very sick. He would spend hours and hours learning that was detrimental to his health. To ad kedei kach, that it was not so, he was unhealthy to him. And a few times out of the year, he would get very, very sick. To the extent that every single day, his minhag was to go to the mikvah before davening. At one point, he was very, very ill. And the doctors told him, you can't go to the mikvah. You can't go. If you go, it's sakanas nefashos. It's bikuach nefesh. Kachava, he was in bed. Doctors were watching over him, coming in and out. One morning, he woke up very, very early in the morning. It was still dark outside, 3, 4 a.m. And he gets dressed and he sneaks out of the house. When he was sneaking out of the house, he made too much noise. And one of the cousins that was living in the house with them at the time followed him out because he was nervous for his life. He knew that he would be Moser Nefesh too much, perhaps, in his avodas Hashem. So he followed him and he wanted to see where is he going? Where is he going to the shul? Where is he going? And he saw that he was taking the path to the mikvah. And he was, walking to the mikvah and he was, how am I going to stop this guy? He's bigger than me. He's going to be stronger than me. What am I going to do? It's dangerous for him. Doctor said no.
I feel like that's
He followed him down in a very stealth way down the steps of the mikvah. And, last second, let me grab him before he goes in. The mikvah then, thank God, Baruch Hashem, our mikvahs are heated and warm. It was freezing. It's dangerous. He gets and stands by the edge, the precipice of the mikvah before entering the mikvah. And he says the following, I want to go into the mikvah. But a Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Ushmartem me'od lenafsho seichem. There is a mitzvah, a Torah prohibition, a Torah commandment that all of us are very well aware of, especially this past year, that we are not allowed to. We have to, sometimes the mitzvah of taking care of our health overrides the mitzvah of that itself is a mitzvah and overrides me going into the mikvah. I'm standing here showing Kadosh Baruch Hu, I want to do it. Afal pichen, there's a greater mitzvah. Ushmarta ma'od lanafsho seichem. And with that, he turned around, turned around, got dressed, went back up the steps, and went back home. I feel for so many of us, that's the way we felt about so many of the mitzvahs that we could not do this past year. We stood there, we had the desire to do it, but we understood that there was something greater, a greater mitzvah, an overriding, overreaching mitzvah that sometimes is more significant than that.
Yasher Koach, Rabbi Markowitz, for that. We do have a winner of the coffee and tea, or coffee or tea, with Rebbetzin Yudin, and that is Yoni and Naomi Noble. Yasher Koach. I'm sure it'll be well worth it. We're privileged to have with us Rabbi Bergstein, who's going to share with us some words. I'm ready to offer the next goodie. I can tell you, I've had this, and it's truly outstanding. That's from his Rebbetzin, from Rabbi Bergstein's Rebbetzin, artesian spelt sourdough challah. And I can't do two things at once, so I'm going to ask my wife if she can put in a bid. Look at our WhatsApp. I'm going to WhatsApp you our bid for that. If you have your credit card, if you can put in a bid for that one. I know it's worth it. So just give me a moment. We're going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi Bergstein. And once again, I'd be happy to be outbid for a special spelt sourdough challah. This is something truly, truly unique. Rabbi, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hear me? Beautiful. So we've been hearing a lot about Mesiras Nefesh and people's self-sacrifice for the mikveh. And what's interesting about mikveh is that it definitely is something that people have Mesiras Nefesh to preserve. And the mikveh itself preserves the Mesiras Nefesh of Yidden. Because when Yidden are able to go to mikveh, that gives them that sense of self-transcendence, that we're here to be in the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore that brings them to have Mesiras Nefesh. So it's kind of a cycle, a catch-22. We have Mesiras Nefesh to do it, and it strengthens our Mesiras Nefesh. So I just want to share a story about creating mikveh under difficult circumstances with great Mesiras Nefesh in Soviet Russia. We know that the Russians weren't too keen on Jewish practice altogether. They would allow, some older Jews come collect themselves in a shul and read some Tillim, but have children go to a cheder, go to a yeshiva, or people use a mikveh, that wasn't something they were willing to tolerate. So in 1984, the Marina Russia Shul, which is in Moscow, received a special visitor from America. His name is Rabbi Gershon Grossbaum, who I happen to know personally, is a world-renowned expert on building mikvahs. And he was sent by the Rebbe to go build a mikveh in the Marina Russia Shul. Now, there was a Yid over there, his name was Sasha. And Sasha, long history, but he meets this Rabbi Grossbaum, and Rabbi Grossbaum tells him, listen, it's the beginning of the month of it's in the 9 days, but the Rebbe said we should start building the mikveh right away. Okay. He's like, I have no clue how we're going to start doing this. We have no infrastructure in the shul to do this. We have no funds. There's no plan. There's nothing. How are we going to build a mikveh? And I'm going to start building right now. I mean, it's Hay of. We're supposed to start before Tisha B'Av. How is this going to work? But Rabbi Grossman was pretty adamant, and he said, if the Rebbe said we have to start now, then we really do need to start now, and everything will be okay. And so they sat down, and Rabbi Grossman described to him what a mikveh actually entails in terms of the halacha, the boirus, etc., without getting into the details. But they spent a few hours discussing this, and they came up, he happened to be an engineer, they came up with some ideas of what they could possibly do. Rabbi Grossman leaves the shul, it's in the afternoon, and this Yid Sasha stands up and he starts to speak to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he's davening and he's saying, how in the world are we going to be able to do this? we need to do this. I understand we need to do this, but how are we going to be able to accomplish this? So he walks out of the shul. It's late after, it's probably 4 o'clock. And right outside the shul, there are a group of workers, different types of workers. And one guy looks like he is a construction worker, like, works in this type of thing. So he goes over to him and he says, he had this idea, it just fell into his head. You want to make some money? Why don't you come with me? Get me 10 guys. There's a room that I have to renovate over here in the building. They get me 10 guys. Within a half an hour, there are 15 chevra over there with their tools, their own tools. And they're digging up. They're digging up in this room. They're digging up in the ground. What are they going to do with all this earth that they've now dug up? So it happened to be the Marina Rosh Shul was built on stilts. So they're able to somehow find a way of hiding all the dirt somewhere under the floor so that they wouldn't have to take it out, because the moment you take out something in the public domain, then the KGB is after you, and that's the end of the story. So that's what they did. Nobody knows about anything. Now the question becomes, how do we get building materials? We need to get blocks, we need to get cement, we need to get piping. There's all kinds of things we need to get. Where do we get that from? So in Russia, those days, if you wanted to get building materials, so you had to file for permits, and it would take you 2 years. You want materials? 2 years you can get it. Today we go to Home Depot. It's not a big deal. You go to Home Depot, you buy whatever you want. Over there you had to file, sign special papers, and in about 2 years' time you were able to get your materials. So how do we expedite the process over here? So he had a friend. His name was Moshe. Moshe happened to be a wounded veteran. Had fought in one of the wars, and he had been wounded in the war, and he had a special privilege. What was his special privilege? His special privilege was that instead of having to wait for 2 years, you could wait for 1 year. Just 1 year. Okay. So he says, Moshe, you want to give me your license? Give me your paperwork. Tell me, let me have it, which was a pretty dangerous thing to do. You're impersonating somebody else, and that wasn't a safe thing to do. Anyway, he takes his documents and he goes over to the supply, the hardware supply. And it just so happens to be, it was in the summer, and the manager, who's normally there, had gone on vacation, just gone on vacation. It also happens to be that it was because it was the summer, so the officials at the KGB office, which was located literally across the street from the Marina Rosh Shul, they also were on vacation. So anyway, he's at the hardware place and the guy's on vacation. The Russian fellow's there. One look at his face says, this is a guy we can make a deal with. Okay, so he tells him what he needs. He shows him his documents, and he gives him a chunk of change just for himself. He pays the bill. He fills up a semi trailer, and he takes it over to the shul. It's already nighttime. Blocks off the whole street, and in order to avoid any suspicion, so his team of chevra, his team of workers, basically are taking block by block, brick by brick, out of the trucks and bringing them quickly into the shul, so nobody should see, nobody should know anything. So that's what they do. They put it in, they pour the cement, they build this inside of the mikveh, and now they still need more materials. They need piping and they need insulation. They need tiles. They look all over the place. Nobody has this stuff. Nobody has these materials. There's no tiles. There's nothing available. What are you going to do? Anyway, the summer is coming to a close, winding down, and it's time for everybody to leave their summer homes. So they go up and they close up their summer homes. On their way back, they stop off at what appears to be a hardware store. It was Sunday, and they figured everybody's closed on Sunday. But maybe now at the end of the month, people are finishing off their balances. Maybe it's time. Maybe we should check out to see if this guy's open. And lo and behold, Hashgacha Pratis has it. This guy is open. They come in. They buy them. They put together the materials. As the materials are being loaded up, packed up, so suddenly there's this truck that arrives. The truck is full of. It's all packed, all loaded up, and you hear he says, I'm listening. Sasha says, I'm listening to the owner go over to the driver of the truck, and I say to him, what are you doing? Sunday, everybody's closed. Why are you driving around with a loaded truck? So he said, I had some extra, I had some surplus. I don't know what to do with it. I can't sell it. What have you got? I have tiles. Sasha hears, oh, you have tiles. He goes over to him and I'm going to buy the whole thing from you. So even though nobody had it, miraculously, suddenly this appeared. He goes and he buys the supply of tiles. Fine. Within an hour, it's in front of the Marina Rosh Shul, and they're able to take their tiles and go and install it. Fine. They make the mikveh very beautiful and attractive, and they managed to. They waited for some rain. Rain came, and the rain filled up the oitzer, filled up the cistern that stores the water, the rainwater. And one woman manages to go to the mikveh, and the next day, who shows up? The KGB shows up. They want to know where this came from. How did this happen? So they call him in for an interrogation. So you want to make a bathhouse in your synagogue? Is that the case, sir? So, well, actually, it's not a bathhouse. We're just looking to practice as Jews, and this is a right that we have under Russian law. Very just Russian law, communist, obviously, and it's not a new mikveh. It's an old mikveh. We just took an old mikveh and we're refurbishing the old mikveh. So they say, oh, really? Tell me, why doesn't it appear in the protocols that were recorded of the shul's meetings? There are no records of this in your board meetings. There's nothing. So Sasha says, what are you talking about? It's there. And he knew this wasn't true. Anyway, he comes home and he's thinking to himself, they're going to chop this. They're going to pick this up, that I told them that it's in there. It's not in there. He goes and he looks at the protocols in the book, and everything is full. The only thing that's not full is the page right across the date of when they started doing the construction. That's not full. So he goes and he takes a pen and he writes in, this is when the shul we decided to make a mikveh. We had a meeting and we decided we're going to make this mikveh. Okay, they want to know where the money came from. Happens to be the money came from Brooklyn, New York, through different ways. They would send electronics in, and they would sell the electronics on the black market, and then they would use that money in order to pay for the materials for the mikveh. A little different than our charity campaign tonight, I think. The communists obviously were very concerned that building this mikveh was opening the floodgates of religious practice in the then Soviet Union. And so one day they show up to the shul and they let them know that on Thursday we're going to be closing the shul. Closing the shul for a few days. Okay, they close the shul for Thursday. Friday, they're going to let everybody in just for Shabbos. Okay, so they close the shul. They come in Friday night. Sasha comes in. He takes one look at the door and he sees they locked it with a big lock, boarded it up, and they closed up all the windows. He's concerned. What happened? What happened to the mikveh? Shabbos, he's very nervous. Motzei Shabbos, he comes in and he breaks into the mikveh. He breaks into what was then the mikveh, what used to be the mikveh. And he sees, to his horror, that they had filled up the entire mikveh with sand, covered it over with cement, covered it over with a beautiful wood floor. So this Sasha says to himself, that wood floor is actually going to serve as a very nice floor for the section in the shul that under the bima for the Kriyas HaTorah. And I'm going to make sure that that's what happens. Anyway, so what happened at that point was he wanted to write about this in the newspapers and publish it internationally. People should know what the communists are doing. They're strangling religious practice, even though they're claiming that they're progressing and they respect human rights or whatever it is. So he sends a message to the Rebbe telling him what happened, that they had closed up this mikveh that they had just built. And should he publish this and publicize it in the newspapers internationally, should he make a big deal out of it? The Rebbe said, you don't have to do anything. The situation is going to be rectified on its own. And so he kept on privately, quietly showing any official that came from America, came from, any international figure that came to Moscow, that came to check out the Jewish community to see how things were going. He would show them, look, this is what they did to the mikveh. They closed it up. And so this hit them like a boomerang. It wasn't beneficial for them in their international standing to now be exposed as people who are strangling religious practice. So quiet diplomatic efforts were going on many fronts. And ultimately, there was a discussion in Geneva about disarmament between the United States and Russia. They were looking to disarm. And one of the American officials turns to his Russian counterpart and he says, how can we even believe what you're saying if you just stuffed up a religious ritual bath over there in Moscow? So why should we even believe what you're saying? Anyway, very soon after, in May 1985, they told the shul that we're going to allow you to open the mikveh again, and the fact that it was closed up was just due to some reckless officials that didn't really know what they were doing. And so that's in fact what happened. They opened up the mikveh, and they took that wooden floor that the communists had used to cover up the mikveh. They moved that into the shul, and that in fact became the floor under the Shulchan Aruch. So here you have a story of real Mesiras Nefesh, where people really put themselves on the line and their lives on the line to be able to fulfill this very beautiful and important mitzvah. And so everybody who is here involved in collecting the money and putting together the boards and making sure that the construction takes place and the design and the motivation of people to be involved in the mikveh, and every aspect of what's taking place deserves to be commended and encouraged. And yashakayach to all the organizers and to all the leaders who are here. And Hashem should help that. In fact, we should see Hashem Elokeinu Mas Yadeinu Kaineu, Mas Yadeinu Kaineu, then Mas Yadeinu Kaineu. The Eibusha should give, should be Mashkin Shchinosei, should cause that his presence should be manifest in our work, and not just with this mikveh, but Be'ez Hashem, the next phase of the mikveh, which is to have a standalone mikveh, which will service the entire community. And Eibusha should help. We should be able to bring Deiros Yesharim Yevayrach into this world through the Tahara and Kedusha that the mikveh produces. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Bergstein, Yasher Koach, for that inspiring story. Okay, we have some exciting goodies and giveaways from rabbis and rebbitzins. First of all, we have a winner of the sourdough, and that goes to the new boards. It's not a fix. If you wanted it, you should have bid higher. Also, I got a text with a complaint before. They said, "Hey, you didn't give us enough chance to bid on the trip to the OL." So we're gonna keep the Belazons there for the trip, but we're gonna do a second trip for Avi Zangarian and Benji Kreitman, who have outbid, and we'll do a separate trip to the OL. And I'm happy to go again. We have a few more goodies. We're heading towards the end of this, so stick around. We have a few items that you can bid on quickly, and if not, they're going to a raffle. We have whoever's been waiting for this. Now is your chance. Babka from Rebbitzin Markowitz. I'm told it's worth a high bid. We have also. I'm tempted on this one. A one-on-one basketball game with Rabbi Belazon. And I'm told, I've never seen it, I'm told Rabbi Yudin has a mean jump shot from the Chevra, from the early year Chevra. Is that true, Rabbi?
Once upon a time.
If we could do a one-on-one with Rabbi Yudin, I'm sure that would fetch a high price.
I'd bid for that.
But meanwhile, we have a one-on-one basketball game with Rabbi Belazon. We have, this is a really special one. They're all special. This is a really special one. Rebbitzin Donath and Yoetzet Halacha Donath, 1 hour one-on-one with Rebbitzin Donath in Taharas Mishpacha, I guess, or any subject. Is that right? With Rebbitzin Donath. We have also a Shabbos meal from Rebbitzin Yudin. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes. We have a story. I'm going to buy some time with a story. If you want to bid, do your bids. If not, we're going to go into a raffle.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, wow. Okay, we have.
I just want to, no, he's talking. I just want to say one thing, and this is really history. I see that my daughter Chaviva, who's a Rebbetzin now in Teaneck, is watching the Zoom. Chaviva, did you watch the water go into the mikveh before we opened it as a little girl? So that I was just thinking, I know what you were wearing, a jean jacket and a skirt, and watching your father cry as the water came into the mikveh. So thank you for joining us.
Okay, so we are I'm going to share a story, and then we're going to check out the bids and go to raffle, and we're going to be wrapping this up very soon. So I want to share a story that I heard from my father, soll sein gesund. My father grew up in Manhattan, and he went to MTA, he went to Yeshiva University, and then when he was studying for his PhD, he moved to the Bronx. Now in the Bronx, when he moved to the Bronx was a smaller community than it once had been. It once had been a very, very big, thriving Jewish community. And there was a legendary story that he had heard about many years before, a number of years before, when the Jewish community was dwindling. So some shuls had closed up, and a few of the Askanim were just tired, and it was difficult to raise money. And they had a late night meeting, and they decided, Rahman al-Islam, that they were going to close the mikvah. And so it was decided the mikvah is the next on the chopping block. We can no longer afford it, and they're going to close the mikvah. And so without consulting with the Rabbanim and without consulting the community, they just decided to vote for closing the mikvah, effective immediately. And they went and they took a chain and they wrapped it around the front doors of the mikvah, and they put on a padlock on the mikvah. And they didn't tell anybody. No one had the guts to tell anybody it was late at night, and they closed it. The next day, the mikvah lady shows up at the mikvah to open the mikvah. She has appointments coming, and she sees a lock on the mikvah. She calls one of the Askanim, and they say, yeah, the mikvah's closed. That's it. We can no longer afford it. We're done with the mikvah. She doesn't know what to do. She has an appointment coming. There was a Rav there in the community named Rabbi Baker. She calls up Rabbi Baker in a panic. I have ladies coming to use the mikvah, and the community council is telling me that the mikvah's closed. They're closing the mikvah. We can't afford it. This Rabbi Baker got really upset, and he came to the mikvah. He shows up there. He doesn't have tools with him or anything, and he starts shaking the doors. And with his bare hands, he broke the lock. He opens the door, and the woman was able to go to the mikvah. Now, the Askanim were embarrassed, and they were really upset about this. And some were threatening him, Hayatachin, you're not authorized to open the mikvah. We're going to call the police on you. We're going to sue you. We're going to this, we're going to that. And somehow, he's now threatened. And he says, I don't care. Tell the whole world, I don't care. The story got out. A reporter started calling around, and the Askanim realized that this was going to make it to the papers. They decided, okay, we're going to keep the mikvah open. Now, somehow, this story came to the ears of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He heard that Rabbi Baker had broke the lock. Subsequent to this, Rabbi Baker came to the Rebbe for something, and the Rebbe asked Rabbi Baker, did you break the lock of the mikvah? Is that true? He says, yes, with my bare hands. The Rebbe says, you broke the lock with your bare hands? Your hands should be blessed. This is what he tells him. Rabbi Baker went on La'arichas Yamim V'Shonim Tevis. Many decades later, my father was visiting Eretz Yisrael. He was in Telstone. And he goes to shul, and they wheel in this old rabbi, an American rabbi, who's giving a Mishnah shir. He can no longer read the words on the paper because he couldn't see. So somebody was reading the Mishnah, and he was giving the Mishnah shir. In any case, my father asks, who's this Rav who's giving the Mishnah shir? It's Gishmak. Somebody says it's Rabbi Baker from the Bronx. So he waits for the end of the Mishnah shir, and he goes and he introduces himself. I spent many years in the Bronx with Rabbi Oldtime, etc., etc. And he introduces himself. He sticks out his hand for a Shalom Aleichem. And this man must have been in his late 90s. He grabbed my father's hand. My father said he was like a 20-year-old ox. Squeezed his hand, Shalom Aleichem. My father said, where do you get such power? He says, these are the hands that broke the lock of the mitzvah, of the mikvah. These are the hands that got the bracha from the Rebbe. When you help a mikvah, you are blessed. My friends, all those who have helped the mikvah and all those who have contributed, even $1 will be blessed. Make no mistake about it. So now, I'm going to refresh my screen here. Let's see what we got in terms of the prizes. So we have prize with, we have a Yolev Isaacs for an hour with Rebbetzin Shira Donath. Esty and Josh Markowitz, I don't know what you were bidding for. Anonymous is anonymous. And Aaron Jaspi, if you would tell us which prize you were, you gotta act quick. So if you can use the chat button, Rabbi Markowitz will let us know. We are going to raffle off. Just give me just one moment here. Oh, Zahava Rosenbaum, L'chaim with Rabbi Belazan. So L'chaim with Rabbi Belazan for Zahava Rosenbaum. So they won that. And we are going to go to a raffle here. The first thing that we are going to raffle off that's still available is that a one-on-one with Rabbi Belazan? Is that still available? What's still available here? Help me out.
Babka.
The babka. Okay.
I can hear.
We're going to go for the babka.
The babka was for the, I'll do another one. The babka was, I think, the last Josh Markowitz and Esty.
Okay, so now, what
Wait, if you want to do it, you could do another one. We could do another one. People have been.
I'm going to call a Rabbi or a Rebbetzin to pick a number between 1 and
342. Rabbi
242. Thank you. Okay, and we will announce.
Shout out to Nechama Zofan. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Yasher Koach. So between 1 and 242.
No, 1 and 342.
I'm sorry, 1 and 342. Do you have the updated list, Nechama?
I don't have the one from the recent donations. It's just historical.
Okay, the ones that start. Okay, 1 to 342. We're going to start with Rabbi Yudin. Rabbi Yudin, pick a number from 1 to 342, please.
I should have it in my mind or tell it to
Could
you.
I guess what he's going to guess? The number on your mind was 248.
Yes.
Amazing.
248.
We spent enough time
We're going to
years together.
Beautiful. We're going. That's.
Hey, what's the explanation?
He wants to know the explanation.
You can give shot now.
Rabbi
Okay.
Belazan wants to know.
Okay, there are 248 positive mitzvos in the Torah. And I was going to go with 770, but once I was limited to a certain number, so I took the number of positive mitzvos, which happens to be, if anybody wants to email me, right after my name, buyudin248@gmail. But once again, this has been an incredible evening of nachas, and it's so very special. It really is. And personally, I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end because I think it's a night of adrenaline for all of us, something that we've all craved for. And it's coming, Baruch Hashem, at the right time. It's right after the Nes of Hanukkah. And if you think about it, the pandemic came right after Purim. And it's basically, Baruch Hashem, we hope and pray ending now that the vaccine is out there. Emir Hashem very soon for everybody, right after Hanukkah. And I don't claim to have the exact message, but I think that intuitively all of us can understand that this is HaKadosh Baruch Hu's way of saying that both of these days of Yomim Tovim Rabbanan are days that we pronounce Sanisim Lavosenu. We don't understand how he runs his world, but we know one thing: we're living in special times, and if we are able to contribute Tara and Kedusha to these special times, Ashreinu. Okay. So thank you so much.
Yasher Koach. So who was writing this? I'm just trying to see.
Rabbi Newbort's number 248 was anonymous. So
On my list, I have a name.
Do you?
Yes, I do. I have. Oh, I'm sorry. It was anonymous.
It was anonymous. So I think we have to go again.
Rabbi Yudin, go again. And I have some important announcements here.
Another number?
Yes.
302.
Okay, that is.
1 second.
Wait,
ready? Yvonne R. Rybowski.
Yes, you.
Rabbi Markowitz, explain. Come on. How do you know? What's 302?
I'll give the numbers. Whoever can figure it out gets a babka from Sarah. The numbers are 127 plus 175. It happens to be closely connected to Sarah and I. A little confusing based on my first name. If you figure it out, Sarah will give you a babka.
I don't even know what they're talking about. They're talking in code here.
Avram and Sarah, we'll take the babka.
Bam, Shestax. Bam, there you go.
Okay, l'chaim, everyone. We got a big donation in here, but the person forgot to write his name. We got it in the back end. One-on-one with Rabbi Belazan just went for a whopping amount. L'chaim. That goes to David Moisa, who's going to play one-on-one. We need a video of this. Now, I just got something very interesting. I got a text from Nechama Zofan, and I believe we found that it's Rabbi Baker in Telstone, who was her husband's grandfather, Rabbi Lazer Baker. So we got a name to the story here, whose hands were blessed. What an incredible thing! I think that we're talking about the same person.
We'll have to chat more after hours.
That's unbelievable. My father tells the story so often. He said, did he have a grip like a bull?
Yeah, he was very elderly, and I remember going to Telstone. He made us a bar mitzvah. He made us a copy of all of Shachar to Musaf before bar mitzvah, so that we could daven properly.
This is amazing. This is incredible. You see the Hashgacha Pratis here that I decided to tell the story tonight. Okay, amazing. I will pass that on. Truly amazing. Give me one moment here. Okay, what else do we have left to? A Shabbos meal from Rebbetzin Yudin. Was that taken? Can we auction that off?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to raffle off a Shabbos meal from Rebbetzin Yudin. I'm going to appoint the Shestax, both Rabbi and Rebbetzin. Unmute yourself and pick a number between 1 and 3. What was it, 342?
Yes.
We're going to go with number 60 in honor of the number of people who are going strong right now.
Number 60. Okay. Just a moment here.
You got it?
Nechama, hit it.
David and Melissa Mandelbaum.
David and Melissa Mandelbaum for, is somebody writing this down, by the way? Nechama, I'm going to point you.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it for the Shabbos meal from Rebbetzin Yudin. And is that it? Do we have anything left to raffle off? You know, ladies and gentlemen, I just came up with an idea. It just hit me. But this one is not a raffle, and this one can't go. For anyone who donates, I shouldn't say anyone, for the first person who donates $10,000 to the mikvah tonight, I will give them one of my precious dollars of the Rebbe. I've never done this before in my life, but it's such a moment of achdus. It's such a moment of power. And I will share with you a dollar that I got from the holy hand of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, $10,000. The first person who comes up with $10,000, I'll tell you, we are Baruch Hashem, we are moving beautifully in the last while. We are up to $535,000. So again, the next person who puts out $10,000 can get a dollar of the Lubavitcher Rebbe that I received from my own hand. Make sure to put your name in there. Let us know that it's you. If you don't want to put your name publicly, you can email me at rabbi@ethelchabad.com. And we have another hour and 15 minutes tonight until this campaign is over. 1 hour and 60
for $10,000. I think it's sold. No.
So
thank everyone. But then it's gonna end it.
we are heading to the close here. Again, it doesn't have to be on the Zoom here. It could be, you could do it on the website, or you can make the pledge via my email, rabbi@ethelchabad.com. If there's nothing else, I want to share a final thought that I have. If anybody else wants to share a final thought. The mitzvah of mikvah is a mikvah that enables the Shekhinah to come down into our most personal and private area of life. The Shekhinah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes into our personal lives. It's an incredible, incredible mitzvah. But not just into our lives, into the most intimate part of our life. I give a bracha l'chaim to everyone who has worked so hard and who has donated hard-earned money to this campaign. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu, these efforts should cause the Shekhinah to dwell in the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi, the Meheira v'Yameinu Mamesh. Hashem should look down at the achdus that we have displayed as a community here tonight and send us Mashiach Tzidkenu, that by tomorrow morning we should be ready for the Tamid Shel Shachris, and we should see the Kohen Gadol doing his job in the Beis HaMikdash with Mashiach Tzidkenu. L'chaim, l'chaim, thank you from the bottom of our collective hearts to everyone who has worked so hard on this, everyone who has made this such an incredible success. There are a number of people here who think big, and I don't think there was anyone here who imagined that we would reach, and we're not done yet, $535,000 here in this campaign. L'chaim, everyone. May Hashem bless you and yours with all that is good. Everyone should have everything they need. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Shkoyach.
So once again, if there's nothing else, if there's no one else who wishes a final thought, maybe Rabbi Yudin, take it away.
Right.
Rabbi Yudin, unmute.
First of all, I want to say how proud we all are of the people who contributed to the mikvah 30 some odd years ago, enabling it and talking very openly. They were the ones who needed it. And now that they are coming back and contributing again, recognizing that this is what is necessary, not just for their daughters and granddaughters of Mitzvah Hashem, but this is something necessary for them to be in the community. A community needs an Eruv. A community needs a mikvah. Whether or not I am using the mikvah at the moment is secondary. And this has been pointed out, this beautiful sense of achdus. I want to thank them especially because they recognize, wow, this is part and parcel of the very fabric of the community. That's number one. And once we are giving a few shout outs, I just want to say that when we were privileged, and I want you to know that this was probably in 1980, I called a meeting of the women of Shomrei Torah at the time, and I asked them what was their preference, namely, should we put a mikvah in the shul with a clear understanding that it would be a 7-day a week mikvah, or gave them the choice, or no, let it only be for Shabbos and Yom Tov, and during the week you would go to one of the few communities. At that time, there was not a mikvah in Teaneck. We were before Teaneck. It was either in
Washington Heights or Muncie?
Washington Heights, Muncie, and I think maybe Passaic. I'm not sure. But the bottom line, women overwhelmingly voted that they wanted to have a mikvah here in our community available 7 nights a week. And I have to tell you that Rav Posen, who was the Breuer Dayan, was especially generous with his time and expertise. He personally was involved in overseeing the mikvah in Monticello and in Washington Heights. So he certainly was most authoritative. And I can only tell you one story about that my colleagues can listen to, and you'll find this very, very interesting. Just so when Rev Posen, Zichrono Livracha, came to inspect and to give us, quote, the certification and say, okay, you can now open your mikvah. So we had a system of gutters leading into the leader, and this whole refurbishing of the mikvah should really be an opportunity that each Rav in their community could explain, Manishtana, what's the difference between your bathtub or even your jacuzzi at home and the mikvah. And when someone goes to the mikvah, I think I mentioned this to my colleagues, it could be something that just as we had then, I remember Baruch Hashem giving tours of the mikvah, that people can see what is a bor zariya and what is a bor hashaka, and what does it mean to have a bor agabe bor, basically to take people a few at a time into the back rooms of the mikvah to see how the mikvah operates. So I have to tell you that Rav Posen came, and I was like a young parent wanting to show off in terms of their child and say, okay, we're ready to go, etc. So he asked me to climb on a ladder, to go literally to the top of the gutter, and asked me to describe, how it is that he found out that there were 2 pieces of metal. And between that and other issues, he was concerned as a chumrah that the gutter itself could be a kli. The idea that it would then render the water into mayim she'uvim, especially if some water were to accumulate there. So we had to delay the opening of the mikveh, literally to make some holes throughout the gutter so that no water could be stored therein, so it wouldn't have the shame of a kli on it. That's number one. And Chevy alluded to that when we were finally ready for the actual opening, all you need is that water, and to recognize that the water came just in time for us to have the mikveh open for that year. For the Yom Tov of Shavuos is something that we took as a divine wink that was given to our community at the time. And
rest is history.
Like Chevy's saying, the rest is history. But Baruch Hashem, just like all other situations, if the mikveh could talk, in terms of children that were adopted.
I said it
that-
when you went away.
Okay, very good. That went through Baruch Hashem, this mikvah and all other kinds of Baruch Hashem positive experiences that happen through this mikvah. It's really something which we are exceedingly proud of, and Amias Hashem looking forward, especially with an additional preparation room for the Hagdil Torah Uladira.
The fast starts what time?
What?
Tell them what time the fast starts.
When does the fast start and end?
5:50 on
5:50.
this side of Fair Lawn. Maybe it's a minute later. I don't know. Yehי ratzon shetishrach shechina b'maaseh yadeinu.
Amen.
Amen.
Chaim l'chaim.
Chaim, chaim.
We'll have to do this again sometime.
Rabbi Newbert Yashikov, for your leadership, your tremendous hadracha in all of the fundraising aspects of this. Thank you for your friendship, and thank you for leading this tremendous, tremendous rabbinic roundtable. We have to figure out other ways to come together for more opportunities like this. Yashikov,
Amen.
thank
And
you.
thank you, Rabbi Markowitz, for
Thank you,
taking
everybody.
a leading role during COVID. Really remarkable. And thank you, Nechama, also for everything you did during COVID as well, and the entire committee. I just want to throw out an idea for the next fundraiser. Maybe we can raise Rebbitzin Donath also and all the Rebbitzins that were involved. But what about a pool? Maim Shuvim, but like a pool.
Well, you were just sitting one when we started this thing.
Listen, no one wants to leave, so I'll tell you, I'm putting down the first $1,000 for the men's mikvah, wherever that'll be. And I
Men's
see Rabbi
You
Bergstein
mean a
putting down
standalone
1,000
men's
too.
mikveh? Oh, man.
There a
I
diving
convinced
board?
Rabbi Bergstein was
Diving board?
build it himself.
So we already have $2,000. Actually, somebody gave me I now remember, somebody gave me years ago, he wanted to clear out an account. He gave me $3,000 for a men's mikvah. I said, we're not building a men's mikvah. He says, we'll build one day. So already I have 1,000 for myself, 1,000 from Rabbi Bergstein, and 3,000 from Yaakov Rusanov from years ago. So we already have $5,000 here. I forgot about it for a men's mikvah.
I think we have a location, the Bergstein's basement. Is that accurate? We were talking about this, no? Okay, great. Location is done. Good.
His wife's not here. He can't make any big decisions.
L'chaim, everyone. This is
Rabbi
really
Newport.
wonderful. No one wants to go up. You know what? If I may suggest, the program is over. The program is over. And now comes the after party. Anyone who wants to hang around, I'm not going anywhere. I can't even drive home now. I'm in my new office. Okay, it's raining outside. There's no way I'm walking home. Driving home, forget it.
Okay, we're auctioning it off. Who wants to drive
Rabbi,
the
next time we got to start when you're in this matzav. This is the way it has to start.
You know what I mean? L'chaim.
Next auction on Purim.
No, we can't teach the kids that. Sorry.
So again, it's, the formal program is over. Thank you everyone for coming. Anyone who wants to hang
Rabbi
around.
Newbort, before everyone leaves, I know I'm not on the program and I'm like in the presence of true greatness and I'm like humbled to even be speaking. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone here. I want to say thank you to all the donors. I want to say.
Hold on a second, Rabbi Markowitz, could you put her on the main screen because we can't see her?
I have to put on a mask and go to the other room, but I will do it for Nechama.
He's practicing his jogging.
I don't need that, but
hold the thought.
Wait.
Okay.
While you're waiting, everyone can develop the questions that they have to ask, the different rabbis and rebbitzins now that we're waiting.
Oh, that's right. Did we get in? You know what? I can't do it all. What were the questions that came in? Oh, there we go. Nechama, take it away.
Okay. This wasn't planned, but I in my wildest dreams could not have imagined how amazing this whole campaign has turned out. And there's so many thank yous, and I'm certainly not going to try to list everybody by name. It's too late at night, although I haven't been drinking. I wanted to say thank you to all the donors, to everyone who has stepped up in such an incredible way to really support what is vital and brings everyone together in this community. So I want to say thank you to the donors. I want to say thank you to my committee who worked so hard to pull this off. I know it like looks nice and easy, but there was so much work that went on in the background, and I really could not have done it without them. I want to thank the rabbis and rebbitzins of this community for truly like inspiring us, leading us by example, and just, you know, showing everyone what a community this is. I really, when I moved here 10 years ago, I had heard about Fairlawn, but I feel like now this is like living the real Fairlawn, the community that we live in, the togetherness, the achdut. I'm just so inspired, and I really just want to thank all the rabbis and rebbitzins. I know it's late at night, and I know how much effort it takes, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
L'chaim, there's somebody who has been very active in this campaign from the early part, and I don't think she's been recognized, and that's Reezy Harris. I don't know if she's still on, but L'chaim Terezi, who has worked really so hard on this, especially in the earlier days when we didn't have so many people focused on this campaign, and the meetings and the details and the minutiae and getting the presentation ready. This is really all the work that went in before this campaign really took form. So again, I don't know if she's still on. Please, somebody make sure to mention and thank her for all her hard work. She did a wonderful job on the presentation. L'chaim, l'chaim.
I also just want to take a minute to thank all of the doctors who have been advising the mikveh on how to keep the mikveh safe, how to keep it open and operational throughout this entire pandemic. We could not have done it without you. I won't name you by name, but know that the community is incredibly grateful to you for the time, the effort, and for keeping the mikveh open.
Yasher Koach. This story I'm happy to share as as it's formally over, because they say the dirty laundry you don't air in public, so to speak. But I want to share a story with you that emphasizes the need for a beautiful mikveh. So years ago in Crown Heights, the women's mikveh fell into disrepair.
On Union Street.
So much so that there was a woman who was leaving the mikveh, and the steps were broken in front of the mikveh, and she tripped and she broke her leg. And word got to the Rebbe that the mikveh is in such disrepair that a woman leaving the mikveh broke her foot. The Rebbe got really deeply upset and angry at this. And the Rebbe let out that the mikveh has to be fixed ASAP. We need to raise the mikveh ASAP. For whatever reason, nothing happened. It was like a couple of weeks went by, and the Rebbe asked for a report, what was fixed, what was raised, and people were still getting their act together, trying to raise the money and get the mikveh fixed. And when the Rebbe found out that nothing had been done in already 2 weeks, the Rebbe announced that we need to sell 770. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
The Rebbe said we need to sell 770. If we can't have a mikveh that's in proper order, we need to sell 770 and fix the mikveh. The Rebbe wants to sell 770. People freaked out. And things happened really quickly. All of a sudden, money came out from nowhere, and they fixed the mikveh properly. Another story I want to share with you. The Rebbe spoke.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Was that mikveh on Union Street between Kingston and Albany?
Kingston and Albany, yes. You remember the mikveh?
Yes, I do. Okay.
Okay, so that's one story. Another story that I want to share with you, the Rebbe spoke about this in a Sikha. The Rebbe Rashab, the fifth Lubavitcher Rebbe, he would go to the mikveh every day. Now, there's a chumrah that a Rav should use the women's mikveh on a regular basis, so that there's a Rav in the mikveh who sees the mikveh from the inside and is able to inspect and see Bastutzah, gets in the mikveh, uses this. So in Crown Heights, the Rebbe would use the women's mikveh. Whenever before the Rebbe went to the Ohel, he would use the mikveh. In the Rebbe Rashab's time, the fifth Lubavitcher Rebbe, he was the one who would use the women's mikveh. And he was the proponent of Bor al Gabi Bor, which Yasher Koach to the Judens for having a Bor al Gabi Bor in our mikveh here in Fairlawn as well. Yasher Koach to you for foreseeing that there will be Lubavitchers who prefer a Bor al Gabi Bor. Yasher Koach to you and to your Rebbetzin. I heard, I was talking to your brother-in-law, Arthur, and he told me it's Bor al Gabi Bor. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. Anyway, so the Rebbe Rashab would use the mikveh every day. Now, before he would use the mikveh, so the fellow, the shamash who was in charge of cleaning the mikveh, he would go in and make sure everything was perfect. One morning, the Rebbe Rashab came extra early, and he goes to the mikveh, and he finds that there's hairs floating in the mikveh, and there's dirt around, and it hasn't been cleaned yet. He calls over the shamash, and he says, "What's going on here? The mikveh it's not clean." So he says, "Well, I didn't know you were going to go early. You know." The Rebbe Rashab was very displeased about this. He says, "And after I go, do you make sure to clean the mikveh?" He starts acting back. The Rebbe Rashab gave him a serious chilek, and he said that you have to understand that there might be even one woman who is displeased with the state of the cleanliness of the mikveh, and she will decide chas v'sholom not to use the mikveh, and this will be on your head. Now the Rebbe told this story, our Rebbe told this story at a Farbrengen for Yudal Kislev for his anniversary. And the Rebbe pointed out the following observation. He said, this story took place 100 years ago in Russia, where hygiene and cleanliness was a whole different story than it is today. Today, here in America, we're used to luxury and hygiene and cleanliness like never before. This is what the Rebbe said. If this story holds true 100 years ago, how much more so today? We have to make sure that our mikveh is pristine. It is beautiful, it is gorgeous, and that every woman feels privileged and feels like the queen, the Jewish queen and princess that she is, to go into this mikveh. So we have to have not just a mikveh, we have to have a mikveh that's beautiful. And then in the 70s, this is from my wife's town, where she grew up in Long Beach, California, they made a mikveh. And the mikveh, they decided that they're going to take out an ad and raise money, and they're going to call it, it's going to be the newest spa, spiritual spa. They made an advertisement, it's going to be gorgeous like a spa. And somehow the Rebbe got wind of this. And the Rebbe's he stormed that women's mikvahs need to be drop-dead gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. We have to have a mikvah that is l'shem l'seforis for the special mikvah. L'chaim to everyone who has made this happen. We're going to have a beautiful mikvah, l'shem l'seforis. It's going to be, people are going to, not just from Fairlawn are going to come, but people from far and wide are going to come to see our mikvah. L'chaim.
Amen.
Amen. Shkayach.
Yasher koach, everybody. Have a good night.
Have a great night. Have a great night. If there's somebody who wants to pick me up, I won't refuse the ride.
$180 for the mikvah to pick up Rabbi Newbort.
I might need a place to stay.
180, 250. Who's got 250? Right, don't have 360. Shkoyach. Who's got 720? Shkoyach Gadol.
I think it's time for a niggin. I love you all.
Happy Saturday.
Okay.
That's really save you because I wouldn't know why.
There's still 30 plus people. Yeah. Anyone wants to give Divrei Chizuk?
Do you want me to come get you for real?
I can't drive home, that's for sure.
Do you want me to come get you?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, sold 180 to Leah Newport to pick up her husband. Shkoyach.
All right, I'm coming.
Have a very good evening, everyone. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Shkoyach.
תודה רבה לכולם, היה מקסים.